Oh, see.
Does
Does it let you return
Oh,
it?
If you don't like it.
I've decided to go with
I-
something else.
I had to be tested at the store, and the guy passed me, and he handed the papers and said, "Hold these. These are your temporary receipts, and then go to the post office and spend $100 each."
Oh.
So once those come in, I'll have my actual license.
Nice. I like how I load the game and the little game pause like circle is just a broken square. It's even got a little broken paper icon in the corner spinning in one of the four corners.
That didn't happen to me.
Try reloading. What happens?
It is chronically hilarious to me how broken everyone else's forge can be sometimes.
Yeah, it's yeah. I don't know.
My forge loads in almost perfectly every time. I just have like weird audio issues where like the music will stop playing, and I'm just like, that's frankly the worst issue for me.
Yeah, the audio
It is
thing is
consistent
annoying.
though.
I could play the game without a map, easily.
I would struggle to do that with Pathfinder.
I cannot play the game without music.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Cannot function.
hit play on Sigil and Shadow, and it's just not. It's not loading. So I'm currently not functioning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I can hear the music.
It only breaks on the GM side.
Yeah, that's
Well,
weird.
in your game, it
Yeah.
breaks for me every time it breaks for you.
What?
Yeah.
You guys are connected.
I am not like the closest person to you physically, and I don't like. I use Firefox. I doubt you use Firefox.
Oh, I do use Firefox, actually.
Oh.
We found the connection.
I see. Yeah, I don't use Chrome.
Yeah,
because Chrome is it's bad for everything else I want to do, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not convinced that it's better for Firefox or for Forge. Wow, Foundry. But it apparently is better for hearing the music. I actually do get better performance on Firefox in general on Foundry though.
I wonder what it is.
I don't know. There's a thing with like looping videos where they would flicker on Firefox but be fine in Chrome too. So sometimes there's just weird browser differences, and they mostly do all of their QA in like Chrome probably.
Well, I mean, all browsers are like Chromium now, so it like kind of makes sense that like the original Chromium browser.
Yeah. The other
digging?
He's
what the
like, what are we
doing?
hearing?
He is digging, yes. He's trying to he's trying to dig the big chair that he lays in before flopping down onto it. I don't know.
Not soft enough.
Yeah, he's trying to make a little den or something. I'm not... It makes sense when he's moving blankets around, but there's nothing on the chair.
He's scratching away the Itsu smell.
Itsu does tend to take over that chair when she's here.
Dude, we leveled up too. Oh my god. I feel so out of touch.
Yeah. Did we level up in Moto's campaign? No? No. Sorry, I'm in other campaign now.
You guys are...
Me too.
I have slowed down your guys' leveling.
Yeah, that makes sense. For where we're
Because next level you guys are not getting 10th level spells, right?
Yeah. We're not getting next. We're getting 9th level spells.
Yeah, you get your second slot of a 9th level spell, right?
Yeah.
Or your last slot, basically.
Yeah, and then the level after that, we're getting 20th. Or fucking 19th level, get 10th level spells. Jesus. This bodes very well for the game today.
Yeah, I can't... Yeah.
You
The main reason I
know.
can't do that is because the main gimmick of the boss of this AP is that he's a 10th level, like he has access to 10th level spells.
Oh
That's fine.
no.
It's like his main thing. Other than if you guys also had 10th level spells, it would be literally no challenge. So
Can't have that.
It's true.
no, you can't actually.
I know. I'm agreeing with you.
10th level counters and dispels would let us do some silly stuff just on their own. Just on their own.
Yeah, and but also, never mind. Yeah,
Oh.
it's 10th level counter. Like, well, mostly you would need to have the same spells as him to counterspell him. That's
Yeah.
like you just don't get to counterspell for free unless you're like specifically spec'd in counterspelling.
Yeah.
Which I think is actually really interesting, but it doesn't get good to like level 8 when you get elemental counterspell.
Mhm. And just like nearly never good against bosses that are higher level than you.
It's not terrible against higher level bosses generally.
Yeah, I guess I mostly just
You-
mean if they're casting spells you don't have access to, then you need other tricks.
Oh, yeah. Well, you need the main thing is you need the elemental counterspell, which lets you counterspell traits of spells with different traits. So you can counterspell water with fire, or fire with water,
Yeah.
or light with shadow, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Or earth with air. That is like the best counterspell. Or you can like also like counterspell the teleport spells with like with other types of interdimensional spells. It is interesting.
Yeah. It'd be neat. Just fiction wise, it would be neat to counterspell like a teleport or interdimensional spell with like the dimensional shackles spell, whatever it's called, dimensional anchor.
Yeah, it sucks that dimensional anchor just means you can't do that for a minute.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if there's like an anti-teleport tag though. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not familiar with this.
Forklift satisfied?
I'm not that either.
High accolades.
Yeah.
When you're moving boxes, when are you going to get forklift certified?
Not at this warehouse. They just like literally don't have forklifts.
Yeah, or boxes probably large enough that you need a forklift.
Well, they've got big
Isn't that-
stuff, but it's on
Oh.
pallets. So we have like pallet jacks and we're moving stuff around with that.
Uh-huh.
Which is like, it's definitely not remotely like a forklift, but it is kind of shaped like a fork.
A fork jack is kind of
Yeah,
just
that
a
is-
forklift.
That's just like a manual forklift.
Yeah. And it
Do we
only
have an
works on
ETA on
the
Rye?
first floor. No, we don't have an ETA. So whenever we're
Hmm.
sufficiently done dilly-dallying, we can start.
I'm always ready to
I
start.
know. I'm letting you know we're not waiting on Rye. I'm just babbling.
We're not waiting on Konnor, so then who are we waiting on?
Huh. I'm just
Me.
babbling.
We're
We're not waiting.
just
We're waiting on me,
Babbling.
I guess.
I haven't gotten to talk to y'all in a minute. It's nice to catch
Oh,
up.
you're waiting on you.
Yeah.
I see.
How was TwitchCon, V?
It was great. It was a lot of fun. Got to hang out with Rye and a bunch of other friends. IRL.
Nice.
And then you got the sickies.
I did get the sickies
You got
afterwards.
you got the con cold.
That was less ideal.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I bet it's more common now. Just like after COVID times and after a lot of people have become used to like being more homebody-ish. I bet they go to cons and get destroyed.
I normally never get sick when I go out to cons and stuff, but yeah.
I've been, you know, started this warehouse job, and for the first like week, every day I came home, my throat felt like I was getting a little bit sick.
Oh no.
Just like a little bit
It's all
scratchy.
the dirt,
That
the
could
dirt
be.
and dust in the warehouse.
It's very dry in the warehouse. I don't know if it's like intentional or
Microplastics.
just like the effect of a
It's
bunch of boxes
probably
moving around.
intentional.
I do also, yeah. It makes sense for it to be intentional. I just don't know how hard they have to try in Denver with a bunch of like
That's fair. Yeah.
a bunch of dry
actually.
boxes in a warehouse. You know what I'm actually waiting on? For someone to decide they want a hero point.
Mm. It's funny. I was just like, shit. I haven't read my notes from last session.
I'm also like staring at my I write notes for like the opening scene, and I'm just looking at it, and it's like, we're at the Hellhold. Like we didn't end
You
on
have nothing else.
we didn't end on like a cliffhanger or like a narrative beat of any kind, so like I don't have any kind of dramatic lead in for after the recap.
Do we need a dramatic lead-in?
No,
We are the dramatic lead-in.
I like to have one. At least, you know, after like the marches, and, you know, it's nice to have something to like set the party going and talking, to prompt action
know.
right away.
I feel like killing a devil's pretty crown devil's pretty lead-in-ish.
Yeah. I mean, there is that, but I believe the actual last thing we were doing was like, well, Isha's looking around
Resting.
for extra loot, and we're drawing a door to go home.
Yes. Yeah, so like recap wise, kind of already halfway said it. Because we started last session with watching that other steno getaway. And then we saw the devils kind of across the way from where we were, and decided to pick a fight with the blood angel. I don't know how to say the name. Voraktee, I think is what the actual monster's name was. And then we had found out that they were using souls to make these weapons, and decided to just beat them up and defeat them. And then we reversed some ritual to free those souls from those weapons, and then we had kind of a follow-up with the previous party, and Risen gave Ayusip to us. I believe it's Turris that has Ayusip, actually, but we were kind of talking that maybe it'd be good for Stu. And then, yeah, we long rested, and that was everything I had in my notes.
Yeah. Any corrections, comments, additions, concerns?
Oh, Ayusip dispelled magic on Turris because he
Oh, yeah.
put on that crown.
Yeah.
And then we beefed with that guy a little bit and killed him.
And yep. I was talking to Moto after, and I was like, you know, it is very goofy that Turris just ended up with both of the items and then they fought. but it is how this would work out if someone just ended up with both of the items. Well, I don't know. so I'm sticking to it.
Yep.
That's very funny. Oh, crazy random happenstance.
Mhm. Usually Turris isn't like the loot goblet of the group. It's not something I considered.
Well, he picked up the crown to investigate it
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
automatically put it on and decided it looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that wasn't him being a Lou Goblin. That was just like, ooh, crown tells me where.
Mm-hmm.
And Yusep, he felt kindred spirits with, which is less Lou Goblin, more like, I am fascinated by you.
Yeah.
It was two totally different happenstances that happenstanced on him.
Yeah. But what motivated you to grab the crown in the first place? Felt
Curiosity.
like goblin energy. Yeah.
Curiosity, indeed.
Indeed.
He was going to put in the party stash until it was like, wear me.
It's just, it's more funny that you ended up with both of the clingy items.
Very clingy.
So, go ahead and take your hero point for the recap.
Thank you.
And yeah. Is there anything else you would like to do at the icy frozen hellhold before you finish the door and return home?
Hellhold or hellhole?
I mean both. It's like a little valley that they've boxed off. Could be considered both.
Hmm.
I was gonna say something about the tower melting around you as you draw the door, but actually the tower is just made of stone. It's only the front wall that's made of ice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good. It's not melting on us then.
Yeah.
But everything else is melting? Awesome.
Yeah, after you guys dispelled both of the devilish circles,
Mhm.
the like frozen rivers, you heard a large kind of like crack in the wall across the way as it started kind of like shifting and melting, and the rivers and like the lake up here have all begun to fairly rapidly melt now that the magic has been dispelled.
Well, from what I remember, we explored everything and we got all the loot from over here, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything else then.
All right. Okay. The hour passes.
Garrett, you're still on starting soon on stream.
I actually just changed it.
Oh.
Lag?
Could have been lag. It was just caught me off guard. So that was a full like 15 seconds after I changed it.
You're like, I literally just.
Twitch be like that sometimes.
Mm.
So you go to start drawing your door. You spend the hour doing that. Nothing terribly eventful happens other than occasionally this wall as it's melting makes another enormous noise, but you get used to that relatively quickly. And then your door is created without issue.
We long rested here, right?
Oh,
No.
No, we're long resting in the tower.
Yeah.
you'll
Okay.
be able to long rest without issue, so you can click the button. It's totally fine.
Okay, because I was like, oh shit, I already did it.
No, last time I promised that there was no more,
Thank you.
nothing else eventful to happen. And to keep.
Couldn't
so-
remember.
So you return to the tower, and as you will walk through the door, get that little sense of vertigo as you step through the threshold. Everyone but Turis. You come out of the gatehouse, and as you are entering the yard, you kind of hear a shift. You sense a little bit of movement behind you and up on the gatehouse, and Marten has returned and is in her nest.
Oh.
Snoozing and ignoring your return, I might add.
I don't know if that bodes well for the task you put her on or not.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite fun. We should let her rest.
Let's see. And just to catch up on all of the tower tasks, I believe that you had sent Marcerina out with Farron, King Farron.
Yes.
And then you had sent Katoda and Nahia are out with
Basilia.
yes. And then I think you had a task for a Pahu, but I don't actually remember.
Nope.
I think his task is here bound, homebound. He's still just like working stuff out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically,
Doing
he.
research.
I asked if he had a way to help Asilia and Katota and Nahia.
Right.
Because he's doing something else with getting supplies to here.
Yes. Okay. So all of those tasks are those followers are still out and about, but Marten and Anna have returned. If you go to enter the tower, you'll see Anna kind of in front of the fireplace, like sipping some kind of tea that he has put together. And he sees you all enter, and he kind of excitedly kind of sets his tea on a little end table thing that he has made out of a stump that he has hauled in from the nearby forest, and not really cleaned up that much. There's actually still just like some of the roots are still kind of attached at the bottom, and it's like a little lopsided, and there's a bit of like a dirt trail where he dragged it in. But he stands up.
Making himself at home.
Yes. Stands up and nods to you all as you enter. Says, "Welcome back. I hope that your trip was... Well, I hope it was less interesting than ours, actually. Or less eventful. Martin is not used to having riders. I almost fell off several times. I think it was intentional."
Oh, she would never.
She would.
She would.
Sounds like you didn't make much progress mending that relationship. Were you successful in finding the ley-lined eye?
Yes, well, perhaps. There's, we found out that it might be, my piano tray just, like, shifted.
Haunted piano tray.
Yeah.
Haunted?
Spooky ghosty.
Oh no. That sounded so unsettling through the mic.
It only moved like an inch. It just rattled a bunch of stuff.
That's dramatic.
Anyway, he says, actually, we found out that it's, we tracked it down. It was in this forest. There was some lovely older ladies there that pointed me in the right direction, said that they were taken by some a bunch of interesting characters, a half-orc and some kind of dog person, and it's just a very eclectic group. It sounds like brought back to a town nearby. So, I went to the town, asked around, and I didn't find an eye. They said there was no eye. They never. But they had these, and he pulls out just like a pair of spectacles with this blue tint to them.
And these are what exactly?
Well, apparently they brought back this eye that you were talking about and had a craftsperson there turn it into this. And he kind of hands it over.
How novel. To what end did they do this?
Well, apparently the original eye, apparently you have to put it into your own skull.
Oh.
And it replaces one of your eyes.
That's a problem if you don't want to be without one of your eyes.
Yeah, and if you don't...
Perhaps this is an improvement.
I would say so.
I personally don't see the problem, but I suppose this is nice too.
Does it work?
He like puts them on, looks around, like, seems to, and hands them over.
Put them on.
Try them on, tourist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you put them on, and at first it just kind of seems to turn everything in the room blue. And then you kind of like look around a little bit, and at first you're like, they're doing nothing. And then you look like down, and this like kind of fizzling static, kind of like you almost hear it, even though it's an entirely kind of like optical sense. It like makes your ears kind of tingle as you look down and you see this kind of sparking, arcing blue like tether beneath, kind of like down and to the right of the tower, like down into the south, like deep under the mountain. You see this, it's almost like a river and almost like an arc of electricity at the same time, almost like a lightning bolt. And it kind of like, it seems to flow and like jerk and move back and forth, kind of like all at the same time, with these spirals of energy kind of twisting off of it.
How novel. Well, they certainly seem to work. Would anyone else like to see?
No, thank you.
Terrace, go ahead and make a...
Oh.
Just make a perception check for now.
Perception check, huh?
So, that's quite good. You've seen, you know, like those, like plasma balls or any of those kind of like arcing electricity toys. This ley line is kind of like doing this thing where it cycles. It'll like jerk kind of to the northward direction, and then kind of like slowly the arc will kind of shift south, and then the curve will kind of like jerk back to the north. And every time it does, there is kind of almost this vacuum effect right under the tower that seems to like pull some of that energy in. Just little wisps of it seem to like kind of like stay kind of like sucked towards this place deep under the tower, for a couple of moments before the arc kind of like bends too far away, and those wisps kind of disappear, snap back to this energy river you're seeing. Suppose I should say deep under yourself.
He's looking deep within.
Lightning rod. We need a rod. Well, maybe not literally. We need a focus, a magnet of some sort. How do we make that? Isha, you would know, wouldn't you?
A magnet?
Come, look. And he like takes the glasses off and he tries to put them on Isha's face.
He's just eyeless face.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a magnet.
Look, I'm already receptive to the ley lines. We just need to focus it somehow.
We need to unbind it.
Or draw it in.
This place is already a focus. It does not need more focusing.
All right, very well. Then how do we unbind, rebind?
We find where it is bound.
Sounds simple enough.
Yeah, as she like mage hands them off and puts them back on Tancred's face.
I don't know anyone, and no one else likes to use these glasses. They're quite fascinating.
For everyone,
Sarah,
sorry, go ahead.
take them off of you and put them on over the. She wears like a cloth over her eyes. And she'll put them on to see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, see this same thing, this kind of like vast, kind of twitching river, like deep down below the tower when you look down. It's like a little bit disorienting to kind of like see this like through the floor. And you probably get a little bit dizzy in a way that Turris kind of doesn't experience.
She'll quickly take them off again and hand them back.
Isn't it fascinating?
A little disorienting. I don't think we've made any progress on figuring out how exactly to unbind it. Have we? I know you were doing research on it.
Did I get any farther in my research lately?
As far as tapping it for power, you think that it would be possible to start doing that even now, if you have, the right tools and experience and everything. Like you can kind of bend one of these arcs and siphon it for some power, even in its like bound state. As for just like using it to power your tower power facilities in there, or like draw some kind of energy off of it. For the purposes of kind of the other side of it that we've talked about before, with like releasing the ley lines so that like the gods could start kind of drawing their full strength again. That is the notes in this tower don't really address that subject at all, and you have had trouble kind of like... I mean, you know how. You find the place where they're bound and unbind them.
Mm-hmm.
But your research has not found much by the way of like where these locations would be.
What tools would I need presently to help refocus the ley line?
Well, I think that what you were kind of saying is you were looking down and watching the behavior of this ley line. I think that's roughly correct. You need something to kind of like draw the ley line's attention, toward the tower, and then like siphon it upward. From your perception check, you think that they're from your perception check and the way that Vicitia was talking to you about this subject, and the kind of like coy way she grinned when you brought it up. You think that there might be something down there already, but it is clearly not functioning as it should.
Well, this tower is Turris. Is he able to sense what it is? Oh no, right.
Oh.
Yeah, why would you do that? Like they have any control.
Somebody's got to ask the real questions.
For real.
Lucky they didn't put on the ley line sunglasses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would have really fucked him up.
Yeah. And
Lay glasses.
Lay glasses. Don't call them that.
Why not?
That- Oh no.
Hers will definitely get some weird looks in public. Start talking about them at a bar, and the group next to you is just gonna move away. Just find a different table.
Check out my lay glasses. They're so novel. Anyway, all right. I hope it goes away fast.
Me too.
In my experience, migraines don't go away fast.
Yeah.
Ooh. Poor baby.
I'm usually pretty stuck with them for a while when I get them. So.
That's sad. I was excited for Stu to meet Ayusa.
Same. And offer, well, we'll see. We'll see what things go.
Hopefully we'll have someone to feed Stu too.
Yeah.
Iron Devil's just
Your
poofing
feet.
out of existence.
I know, yeah.
I know.
Have to get them all there alive, and then they, you know, just not very filling because they turn to dust after.
That's like Chinese food for Stu.
Mm-hmm.
Hungry an hour later.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, can Turris sense where the ley line magic is like attracted to in the tower?
Good question. I like that question.
That's a good question.
Well, Staris is asking Turris, but Turris is
Pondering.
pondering, seeing what comes to him.
Yeah. Do you kind of try to,
Turn inward.
yeah.
Meditate.
The answer is within myself.
Yes. Quite literally, I think, in this case.
I assume that the answer is yes. It would be funny to make you do a medicine check.
Oh my god.
So you kind of.
I'll aid.
I'll have you do a crafting check to kind of understand your internal structure without having fully explored the tower at the moment. Yeah. So you kind of do practice some awareness of how you're feeling internally, and first of all, you feel like a tiny bit of like, I want to describe it as heartburn. I don't think Turris really knows exactly what it is. But you see kind of a glimpse of like a chamber that you think is above you. For a moment, your senses are kind of at this, in the center of this big stone sphere. Yeah, big stone sphere, and below you is, at the bottom of this sphere, there's like a tunnel leading downward, and you see some occasional wisps of just this like this kind of same blue energy, kind of they're just like wisps of it pluming up, kind of arcing along the sides of this this tunnel leading downward. And then you kind of like jump down to the bottom of that tunnel, and there is just a kind of another stone sphere way below the tower. This one is kind of naturally carved into the ground, whereas the one you were just in, kind of inside, on the floor above you, or on your second floor. That one's kind of like made of brick, kind of like hand hewn. This chamber deep below the tower, kind of carved out of stone naturally. And in the center there is a this like kind of glass orb with kind of this metal looking kind of like swirling core inside, but the glass has been cracked, and every time this arc of this ley line kind of like passes into the chamber, you kind of see these wisps, these tendrils of that energy kind of like being attracted to this orb and then drawn upward by it, up into that tunnel towards the other chamber that you saw. And also every time this arc hits this glass orb, the crack kind of, now you see this crack kind of spreading just like a little bit, and like a little bit of this kind of swirling metal inside like kind of leaks out of this orb and falls into the chamber below. So the focus, this lightning rod that you were conceptualizing, there seems to be one down there. It does seem to be broken. Then when you open your eyes, you're just like back in your avatar body.
I like to imagine it that he didn't actually like close his eyes; they just flashed blue.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then he
Great
snaps
brother.
back. Yeah. We need to go up to get down.
We need to go up to get down.
Yes. It's simple, really.
I'm sure it is simple, but I could use a little more context, Turris. We couldn't see what you obviously were seeing.
Well, it stretched out my senses to my greater self, and there is a focal point below the tower to help catch the ley line. It's broken though, but there is a what's an appropriate word? Linked source above us that I believe can be used to help reach or fix the point below.
You warned us that the floors above are dangerous and something we can definitely tackle. But we still have some other things to take care of. Perhaps we can place this on our to-do list. I'd like to get moving on my task before it's too late. And with that, Staris will kind of try to fix her gaze on her target, get bearings on them again.
Yeah. The target seems to have kind of arrived somewhere to the west. They're stopped basically straight west of you guys right now. In a day or so, basically where the door is, you can kind of like cut off the travel north very easily. It's like less than a day's travel for you to kind of cut off where they'll be in about a day. So you certainly have a...
Yeah, so she'll reiterate that I'm on a bit of a time limit, but perhaps once we're done. I'll assist you in exploring yourself. The tower.
What are friends for?
For now, I think it's best that I take my leave and rest. Have much to think about in preparation for tomorrow.
Very well.
Staris will move to go to her room.
Sounds good. Anyone else have anything they would like to do for that night?
Nope, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Congratulate our cohort on a job well done, and then go to the study.
All right. All right. So you go to the study. You find a you find a letter in there, an envelope, kind of just folded and placed kind of next to the pile of books that you've left out in your previous studying.
Mm.
And it just has your name on it.
Ew, what's this?
You go to open it. It becomes clear pretty quickly that it is from Visitia. And it just says, it says, I meant to tell you all of this in person. I meant to have one more conversation with you in person before I departed, but you were off pursuing business already with your friends, and I know you were out of sorts with what is going on the upper floors for that that first day that you were out adventuring. I could not wait around for you to return, unfortunately, but I will be back. And I will see you soon. But for now, it basically is kind of short and simple and says, I don't really know anything about being a parent, or being responsible for another being, which is strange to write when I've been responsible for this world for so long in different aspects of its shaping. But most of my creations don't draw breath, don't think, don't speak. So it is strange that one that has been in that state, something that was hewn of stone that kept me company but never spoke for so long, now has thoughts and feelings and ambitions, and I'm still working out how to think about all of that, how to handle that, how to help, but be that as it may. If you find yourself in trouble on this world, no distance will be so great that I will not bridge it and be there to help. And that is where the letter ends.
She's the best mother a tower could ask for. Tira smiles and folds it back up and puts it in his breast pocket.
All right. And then you get to studying? You working just on this ley line stuff? That is kind of your ongoing project?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. All right. If anyone else has anything that night, let me know. But the night passed. Jeez, as I said before the session started, this is gonna be a good session. I'm not gonna mess up verbally anywhere, anytime. I'm not gonna get tripped up anywhere. As the night passes, it passes uneventfully. You guys wake up, well rested. And free to set off again if you would like. I kind of assume that you guys don't have much more business at the tower at the moment. You probably depart pretty quickly. Get your gear together, set out again.
Yes.
I have a side question.
Yes.
Can the ley line glasses look like 3D glasses?
They are fairly simple construction. They're not necessarily paper, but they could be kind of blocky like that. I do imagine some kind of like they could be some.
No, they literally look like the super small round ones.
Okay.
Like they only cover your eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
No other component of your face is covered.
If you feel that they need a blockier, heavier, more sturdy casing, you can definitely put that together. However, the previous owner's stylings are currently adorn the glasses. How did you guys just both have... Those are like nearly the same glasses.
Yeah, what the hell?
You posted those so quickly.
I just typed in tiny glasses.
Oh, wow. That's all it took.
That's all it took.
How?
Yeah, those look exactly the same.
The like...
We have the product image and then the model.
The framing is like the nose and the sides are a bit chunkier on the GIF, but they're so close.
Are they?
I think so. But I...
It's because of the light is shining off.
Oh yeah, the blur is making them look. They actually just like are the same.
Yeah, they literally look like the same. glasses to me.
They're the same picture.
Wild.
They are the same picture.
That is the same picture. Tell me the difference. There is none. Okay.
Okay, I gotta switch to the map screen and stream so I can pull these up instead of just giggling at them by myself.
Share with the audience. Gives me time to double check I have all the spells prepped that I want.
This sentence is so crazy. It does not sound like proper English, and I'm not convinced it is. But my brain cannot formulate the right way to write this, and I'm like, am I stupid?
I hate that.
Am I like a sixth language English writer?
Sometimes
Like,
I'll be like trying to write a sentence for like my consulting gig, and like explaining something technical, and I'm like, in my head, I'm just like, well, this blob of adjectives were attached to this word, and so we had to do this other blob of actions, and like, it's totally fine for it to live as those like clouds in my head and not formulate into actual like English sentences. And then I try to write it down, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? This doesn't make any
Why
sense.
can't they just understand my thoughts without me having to write them?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just, it's those times that I realize I don't actually like think. Like, you don't actually think like in language, yeah. Like, that's just not actually how your thoughts are organized, even if it's how your internal
Yeah.
monologue is organized. You just like insert
I'm
boxes.
so much. Yeah.
that
so much
sentence
smarter
is
in
so
my
much
head.
funnier when you just stopped at it. I don't actually think, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
That is that what we're realizing? Oh, I probably don't think. Amazing.
I just couldn't stop writing for till after, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Four till after.
For till after, and I was like,
oh,
there's
like
a way
waiting,
to
wait for until after.
yeah. Like,
get-
I'm like, until
I think you can
I
just write
think
that as like wait for
Makes
after,
sense.
but I understand how that
No.
sentence exists.
like
Four
it just
till after.
like it just like it needed to start a different way.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Wait till after is not the way to write that, but like till after makes total sense.
Yeah.
Or like for after, you know, like, but wait till after. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
I think if you add all of the pieces of the sentence instead of having it be like a sentence fragment, it makes more sense.
I
Like,
just completely
this task
changed
will
it,
wait
so it's fine.
until after, or wait for after. Yeah.
I just changed the sentence.
No, that's
so
fair.
It's actually not even a problem anymore. I did some thinking, as it were. Yeah, my note taking style has just like changed a lot.
It's interesting how it changes over time.
Well, like, I should be summarizing each component of the session so that I can like talk about the session 2 weeks later
Mm-hmm.
or something. So I have moved away from itemized list of goal achievements and things we accomplished to summarizing narrative beats that we are doing while also incorporating
Your task list.
my task list, and
It's a hybrid.
If I don't just machine gun everything that's happening as it's happening, I miss shit.
Mhm.
So my bullet list is truly a hail of bullets.
Yeah, your bullet list is the same as Sarah's bullet list. It's
Hey.
every word that was ever mentioned.
That is not true. I don't write
I
anything.
don't write down every word.
Yeah, that's because you're too busy writing everything down. You missed some.
I don't write down things that my character didn't witness or hear or see or, take part in.
Oh. Clearly, I'm doing too much. But we already knew that. It's fine.
It's definitely valid to do more. It's just my style. Okay.
Well, and that's what's good. Is we all have a different style. We bring it together,
Mhm.
nice and balanced. Anyway, I definitely feel like Staris is the first one up and ready and waiting for everybody.
That makes a lot of sense.
With like a really focused gaze on the direction we
Yeah.
need to be going in.
There, you can see that this other fellow did get up nice and early, and even though there's only so much they can travel in a day, you can definitely like catch up to that travel. Like, if you had a foot, you might be tapping it as you're just watching this orange dot on the horizon.
Her tail is definitely lashing back and forth as she waits.
I'd like to think that Turkon would be out there rather early.
Oh, she woke you
Still
up.
in chat.
She woke you up. she Turkon, wake the fuck up. It's no time for sleep. We have someone to kill.
Eyes widen instantly, jumps out of bed. Let's go!
It's Christmas for Turkon.
Yeah, I guess then it's probably Isha, who's normally the first one awake.
Yeah.
Oh, you're up early. Excited.
Ready. And waiting, unfortunately. Thinking of trying to follow up with chores myself.
Speaking of which, Turris wakes up in the study, head in a book.
You're
Kind of like gets prepared. Make sure USEP is good.
Yeah. She's ready to go. As you kind of like wake up with your head in this book, your avatar form is just like a little bit stiff. You have your head, your neck doesn't quite move quite the way your avatar body kind of like protests as you kind of shift your head around, and then you realize your neck hurts. Kind of like up to like the back of your head, not for any arcane reason. You just aren't used to having a body that doesn't like sleeping in a weird position.
Oh.
Don't like this feeling. This is weird. Stretches, right? Stretches are good. Yes, stretches. Does some stretches, gets his things, and starts heading towards the front door. And he's like, "I'm sorry, Yusef, I got distracted with the ley line business that we're working on. When we return, I will give you a formal tour of myself."
That's fine. I can't explore on my own anyway, so I don't really need to know where things are.
She says she can or can't explore on her own.
Can't.
Oh,
Can't.
okay.
She's a sword.
She's a sword.
Well, I didn't know if that like indicated she could have like some sort of incorporeal like form that was walking around or something.
No, not right now.
No.
No, she's literally a sword.
That would have been wild though. If someone played an intelligent weapon character this campaign and just played Ayusip.
This is where Simo comes in.
Aww.
And yeah, Scene of Auction is probably the last one out. Stu, honestly, is probably up and with,
Stu, I would have woken up with.
yeah.
Strapped him on.
Yeah. And then he's asleep again.
Aww.
Yep.
Asleep in his baby carrier.
Does Stu get the little snot bubble that really falls out?
Yeah.
Does Stu have nostrils?
You don't want to know.
It comes from a random part of their body.
Yeah, I don't want to know, actually. Right. With everyone gathered, Staris will inform them that the target's awaken on the move, headed north, if I remember correctly. If we get going now, we can intercept them before they get too far. She'll kind of point us in the direction we need to go.
And we are to kill this person?
You don't need to worry about that. Unfortunately, I first need to figure out who they are and what they know. And then we'll see what happens.
That's rather foreboding, but alright. Harris pulls out his glasses and puts them on.
Yeah.
Starts looking around.
Distracts
gonna
himself
wear
from
them.
the grim business with looking for lay energy.
Yeah, you look off in the direction that Staris is looking, and there's kind of the ley line that runs under your tower actually kind of like snakes that way. Kind of goes roughly like that, and there seems to be kind of a spike in it, like right in the middle of this. Well, you don't know, you don't see the landscape, I guess. But there's kind of an upward spike.
That's rather peculiar. Come, we mustn't tarry.
All right. So you guys set to depart. Definitely, you have to go back through the door, back to the Hellholds to catch this fellow before he heads too far north. So you venture back through. You open the door in the gatehouse, the gatehouse, guardhouse.
Yeah.
And you see the sky on the other side, not the inside of the tower. And you kind of like poke through, and you find you have to kind of like crawl out. Turns out the stone parts of the structure did in fact crumble after all of the ice melted, and the door has kind of like held this slab of wall together. You know, the arcane power of Turris's door. And you're climbing out of just a segment of the wall that used to be the tower, and into this kind of like now you're basically in that river valley, and the river is just like flowing over this newly collected rubble and then back down towards the southwest, towards the direction you came up here from.
I knew this was shoddy architecture.
Well, at least it held up for our purposes. Or enough. Held up enough for our purposes.
Souls make such fickle mortar.
Mm-hmm.
So. You start heading southwest. I said, kind of like back down the valley the way you came.
As we go on, I'm also gonna basically cartograph the ley line, any ley lines I see, kind of like any kind of directions or weird spikes or anything like that, and just take note of them.
Truly, there are little wisps of ley lines kind of everywhere. The one under where the tower was built is one of the kind of bigger ones that you see. And pretty quickly you kind of like it's all kind of shifting and moving around, but you know, as you're just kind of walking around, there's not much new to see. As you're kind of just like moving, you can kind of see all the little wisps, all the little streams off in the distance. And then kind of like your 10th or 11th pass looking around, you're like, oh, these are all basically the same. They're not like, they're kind of like shifting and moving slowly, but given that this can like look through the earth and the terrain and everything, there is like nothing new to see every time you go over a hill, right?
Right.
But you, you get kind of kind of a feeling for it. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, though. Okay. Okay. They're kind of on the surface. They're kind of like shimmering points every once in a while that you can kind of like see in the glasses. And that's kind of all you get with the 19. There are none super nearby that you can go investigate, but
I'll just keep observing.
all right. Okay. So, yeah, you guys spend, you get quite a bit through it's many hours of traveling. It's like 5-6 hours of traveling before you get even close. But then you start to kind of like approach this river, and that's kind of roughly where they're following a road. They're making good time. From what you can tell, they seem to be on as you're kind of getting closer, when you get to being like a few miles away, there's still barely more than like kind of an orange dot on the horizon, but you can kind of like start to kind of see their general shape. And they're in like a seated position as they move, and you can kind of get the sense that they're like riding a cart or a horse or something. Riding along the road. Like I said, kind of making good time, but they seem to kind of stop and... they kind of stop near this river that you are approaching. And you're not sure if they're stopping for a rest or what, but they stop up ahead.
Okay. They're not close enough to make out any like distinguishing features, though. Right.
As you've got time as you're approaching. Go ahead. Go ahead and make a. What exactly are you trying to distinguish about them?
Well, I have my list.
Yes.
And I have a few, like, I have my list that you had shared with me, of the individuals involved, and a few of them have distinguishing, like,
right,
physical characteristics.
Okay.
I don't know if it'd be at all possible with my vengeful sight to, indicate any of it specifically. It's okay if not. I was just curious.
Being that it's all in orange, it's hard to
Yeah.
like some stuff you can distinguish, some stuff you can't. If you as you get closer, like you can tell certain things. Go ahead and give me a perception check, just to kind of like see what you can make out.
Sure.
And I guess give me a society check to go along with it. 13 on the perception is pretty good. Oh, that was hidden.
Oh.
Didn't even see that. All right. Your perception was pretty good, so give me a society check. Okay. You can tell from afar that they're like proportioned as a dwarf. You've seen enough dwarves recently in Monteclano to be able to kind of recognize that versus an elf versus a human versus, you know, you could definitely tell if this guy was like a minotaur. So bit on the shorter, stockier side, you determine that he's a dwarf. He is not bald. He has a full head of kind of messy hair. I think the dwarf thing is new information for you.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Cool. Okay. So Staris will relay to the party that it appears he's traveling via some cart rather than on foot. And ideally, I'd like to intercept him and question him before we break into some kind of fight. But, unfortunately, my vengeful sight does not let me know if he's traveling with anyone else.
Do you want me to go stand on the road and stop them?
Ominously stand in the road. I prefer to get a lay of the situation before confronting.
Oh, the glasses, yes.
I mean, we can stop. That'll get them to stop, hopefully.
It would get them to stop.
If not, I'll just take a swing at whatever animal's leading the cart.
They're at a stop right now, right?
Yeah, Staris,
Yeah.
you can tell that they're not moving. They're not getting any closer. You can also tell from their movements. They seem to be. You see them kind of like kneel down. You see like their arm go into the air and come down a few times, like they're maybe hammering something into the ground. And you see them gesture a couple of times, like for something or to like point to something. He is definitely gesturing to someone else, but you obviously can't.
Okay.
You can only see him, so you can't tell me how many people are there or anything. Oops. Clicked on my chat and accidentally pinned a message.
Ooh.
So yeah, there's there.
How far away are we? You said like a mile?
Yeah, you are
Closer than that.
getting kind of within a mile now.
Okay.
You're in kind of a forest, kind of angling down. You guys have now found you found the road. And you're kind of following it down towards this river. But yeah, you don't have like a clear line of sight to exactly where they are yet.
I could throw a tree trunk at them.
Let's get eyes on them first. Though I appreciate your enthusiasm, friend. I would like to try to approach quietly.
Okay. Someone who isn't, let's see, anyone else who's kind of attentive and looking around, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I accidentally double clicked my
That's-
perception check button.
Totally fine. Wowie. Okay. So everyone who's not staring at this figure in the distance, you're kind of walking around and pretty much all at the same time, you guys see kind of off to the side of the road, off in the trees, actually, you see kind of also heading the same direction you're going down towards the river. Kind of several sets of familiar burnt hoof prints. Pretty fresh. One print is still kind of smoldering and smoking a little bit.
Demons?
Devils?
Ne'er-do-wells?
2 of those 3 are correct. So, what do you do?
Staris is very fixated, and she's trying to make her way quietly closer to get eyes on the full situation. I doubt she's noticed those prints unless someone pointed them out to her.
Peculiar.
Yeah, Isha probably would have just like crept up behind you. Would have been like, "There's visitors."
What
As
kind
it
of
were.
visitors?
The kind with flaming feet,
Approaching us?
going towards your friend.
Not a friend.
Well,
Associate.
That remains to
Not.
be seen.
Not an associate. An
Again.
enemy.
Remains to be seen.
I want to make it clear that I'm not approaching this in any way to make friends or allies. This is a means to an end.
Good luck.
I forgot to advance the day. Ignore this.
Having the prince pointed out to her, we can see that they're approaching the rest of this group.
All you can, well, right now they're just.
Isha will say, "Why don't you take a look yourself?"
Thanks.
Right now, you can see very plainly that they are approaching the river. They're intentionally walking like parallel to the road, but not, trying not to be completely obvious. But you guys picked up on the tracks quite easily. It's a very like rudimentary attempt at stealth, but they're certainly not trying to sneak up on you guys. Okay, you have See the Unseen. Last 10 minutes. Okay.
Isha will, she taps your head with one of her wingtips, and she's like, I believe that these might be friends of your friend. However, if you continue to fixate just on your prey, you will die. You'll be eaten by the other predators in the area.
She'll kind of take a deep breath. Like, I see your point. still think getting our eyes on the group and assessing the situation will help me determine the best way to approach.
I think that me and Turkon should simply go to the road. And you and Ironcrad can stay and sneak up on them in the camp or whatever they're building. I don't know.
What is your intention in approaching them from the road?
Well, if we approach them from the road, they won't approach someone coming from them towards them from the forest, will they?
There. Fine.
Yeah, she just like skips over to Turkon. Come, mighty guardian, we have a road to watch.
Road watcher.
Yeah, she just is like skipping away. Just
Then I bolt after her.
All right.
And Taurus, you're with me.
Very well. I think Isha was being rather morose, but still all the same, we should be careful.
Do I feel any kind of connection or familiarity with the... Well, we haven't laid eyes on the devil yet, have we?
You've not seen a devil yet, and you have not like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So let's see. So we have Turkan and Isha, and then Stu kind of approaching on the road. What are the other three doing? You guys are.
I am absolutely pawning scene off on Isha.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't RP that because he's not here, but
yeah.
I would not want him sneaking with me in the forest. Sorry.
You're fine.
if I have the distraction lads, I'm gonna use them, you know?
Yeah.
Use the distraction lads.
I have the distraction lads. My walking noisemakers.
The lot of them.
Okay. Taurus and Staris, are you hanging back? Or are you like following the hoof prints? Or are you just kind of following the party from the tree line?
Having taken into consideration what Isha said about the other predators in the forest, I think Staris would want to follow the footprints first, as they're heading in the same direction she's wanting to go anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. As you guys approach, you don't need to make these footprints could not be more obvious. So you don't need to make a survival check for them or anything.
Awesome.
You see both groups kind of around the same time. You start to see a few figures kind of in the distance across the river as the sun is kind of starting to kind of descend behind the mountains, kind of turns into that not twilight, but there's you're in kind of the orange glow of sundown. See, this camp is kind of like done being put together. There's like the flicker of a fire being started, and a couple of figures kind of moving around in the camp. As you kind of come down this road. I would say the two kind of following the hoof prints, Turris and Staris, this will be easier if I move us to the map. You see the bridge kind of below you down the hill that you're coming down. I don't have a lot of road north of the river to go with, but but you you see this camp off in the distance. Turris and Staris, you see these hoof prints kind of like snaking through the trees. And then kind of like to the side of this bridge, and then they kind of get cut off at this ridge. Go ahead and roll me, both of you two, roll me perception checks.
Make sure you drag Seeing the Unseen onto yourself. So.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Just double checking. Yeah, these guys don't even. Okay. So you see, you are like hot on the heels of these devils. They're hot heels. The smolder, the like smoke kind of rising from this grass. Like you can feel that they are getting warmer. You can see like smoke rising as you kind of follow them. You're following them faster than they're going. And as you get inside of this river, you actually, not only do you see the footprints kind of going up to that ridge, you see the head of a familiar devil, Vordine, kind of like ducking under the bridge. So just for a moment, you see this figure before it dips out of sight. There's not walls in vision here, right? Right, okay.
No. Not that I could tell.
You guys are probably like a little further back, all of you. You, as you see that figure dipping down, you guys arrive roughly here on the scene.
Auction?
What?
Okay.
The scene of auction.
Ah,
The
yes.
scene of auction.
Yeah.
Right, it's
Yeah.
not that scene.
Okay.
Hey, where's your idol?
I was going to summon him precisely when I need him. I do assume he's with us.
Okay. Let's see. Road group. You are kind of like approaching. You're approaching this bridge. You probably get here before I let you guys kind of go into free movement yourselves. You probably get about here, as the side group is kind of like moving up on the side. First of all, side group, what do you do like in immediate response to kind of seeing that devil duck under the bridge?
Okay, at that point, I want to see if I can sense anything familiar.
Anything familiar?
Like, okay, so Isha was implying that perhaps that devil is like linked to my patron somehow. At least that's what I understood. So I was trying to see. I guess maybe I can just watch them and see what they're attempting to do.
The devils. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of see. I'll just reveal this guy. So you, in your vengeance sight, you see this orange blob kind of moving across the river. He's kind of just messing about in camp, setting something up. He is the only one in plain sight, so the folks kind of approaching the bridge, you kind of see this figure moving around too. And then up from kind of the under the bridge, suddenly you see these figures hopping up into the trees, and they are immediately kind of growling and snarling and shouting at this guy, and rushing out after him, and pulling their weapons. They're kind of trying to ambush this guy, it looks like, and he turns around and draws his weapons. A sword and a shield, which interestingly is also the sword is also kind of brightly highlighted in your sight, Staris. But everyone else, you see them ambushing this guy, and we'll let initiative handle everything else, I suppose.
Jeez. Staris will kind of, in a
I should have shift clicked.
strained whisper, tell Turris that we can't let them kill him.
Well, now I'm just confused.
Can I make an argument for athletics for my initiative on this one?
Why did I roll society?
Yeah, you're gonna.
This is I'm gonna just be charging straight into this.
I think that's fine. You get a little hint of a little whiff of this devil action, and you are ready to just jump into a full sprint. So yeah, go ahead and roll athletics this time. That's fine.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay. So these two go first. I guess you guys you already know that he is traveling. He's been like communicating with someone. He's been gesturing towards people as you've been approaching. So you see him kind of like glance off over to the west, and then kind of turn back towards these devils and shouts something that you don't quite make out, but it seems to be some kind of like taunt. And they pretty quickly answer. This one kind of jumping out. Actually, let's see. He will activate. Oh, they burn. Wow, that's so long. They burn for a minute. Okay, so he activates. He jumps up this ridge, and his tracks are leaving burning flame behind. And he intentionally kind of like loops around this guy to cut off escape. And he has 25 movement. That was 10. Oh boy. Let's see. That's all the farther he can make it. He gets within striking distance of this guy. Oh, I forgot to hit this. That'll do. Okay. The other Vornine goes. This one back here, he is not going to activate the same ability. He's just going to stride kind of around. Yeah, he's going to stride around to cut off this guy's escape. Kind of try to help corner this guy. And then Turris, go ahead. Let me leave.
In response to Turris's confusion at my previous statement, she'll amend that we can't let them kill him until I can get the information I need from him. I'm not saying I'm opposed to him dying.
Right, sure. Okay.
Why is there? Okay.
And then for my next trick, I am going to act together right now. Enlarge this guy. I think we're just charging on in there.
Excellent.
Blah, 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 blah.
She would have also clarified to Turris before he departed that it's the blonde dwarf that is her target.
Right. I forget. Does enlarging the size make him move farther too?
Nah, I don't think so. Unless it explicitly says it, no.
No, its reach increases.
Yeah.
And then for let's see, that was yeah. Boop. And that's my turn.
Okay. All right. This guy, we'll see if he notices the approach. It will not take too much. I think so. He hears the heavy footsteps of Armis kind of approaching, and kind of turns backwards and scowls at the large armored figure approaching. He's going to do the same as the previous one, and he's going to set his hoofs ablaze and walk like this, kind of like walking across the front of the bridge, and he's just like dragging his weapon along the ground, dragging his trident across the ground, and flame is just like erupting on this side of the bridge, and he is just scowling at Armis the whole time, like daring you to approach. Is this one?
Damn. Okay, so all of that's on fire?
Yes, flame is just leaping up from the ground. It's not like a ton, by the way. I'll
Yeah,
like repost
but
it.
it is fire.
But it is fire.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to start by hasting myself. That was 2 actions, and then I'll use... Okay. I have 5 feet of movement. Okay. Do I immediately get my... So I can stride one more time. Okay, that'll be my turn. And she'll kind of turn and shout towards the others to let them know.
I'm gonna
it's
let
the-
Seed go before me.
Okay.
How nice of you.
Probably a good plan.
And she'll alert the others so they know who her target is.
Oh, let's see.
Since we're already perceived.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Scene will cast, I believe, he has lose times arrow. Yeah. So he will cast this, give everyone, I guess it's everyone in 30 feet, which should be just about everyone. Yeah, everyone will be quickened and get an extra move action, extra step or stride. And then he will go ahead and cast... Oh, I didn't do lingering. That's fine. Oh, it's free, isn't it? I don't know how to fucking bard. So, he does courageous and lingering composition.
Quicken doesn't stack, does it?
It does not. This does not help you at all. I apologize.
Okay. I didn't think so. No, you're fine. I didn't think it did, but I thought I'd ask. Okay.
You guys are level 6 now? Wow, that's right on. Okay, so he succeeds. He does not critically succeed. So this, you can drag that on. It will last 3 rounds. That'll be his turn, and then Turkon, you can go.
Alrighty. Well, I always forget where everything is on my character sheets.
Rage at the
we don't
slightest
play for
provocation.
yeah we don't play for a little bit. I forget where everything's at.
Oh, I feel you. A little rusty.
It is rage. Alright, and that bumps my speed up to 55.
Hell yeah.
Oh. Why can't I move? There we go. Okay. So I can stride and just like run through all this, right?
Yeah, you will have to make a checky, but also I'm just gonna get rid of these terrain walls because Turkon is huge. I mean large. Let me just paste this again.
Big gimmick, large, huge.
Big gimmick, large, huge.
So,
I just take 1d4 fire damage.
yeah, we won't, every time you enter creature on the ground that enters a square with a burning heart burns. It's kind of mean to make you take double damage from this.
I mean, it's a downside for being large.
That's true. That's true. I think you are catching more of the fire as you move through. So I'm gonna have to ask you to take, because you enter like 2 squares here, and then you enter a square here and another square here. Oh wait, no. I'm just totally wrong. I'm just totally wrong.
There's only the
yeah,
two
yeah.
on the bridge.
So it's just the 2d4. Do you have any kind of fire resistance? I don't think so. Okay.
Well, I typed in 2d4 and only do 1.
Alright, so you take a heavy 3 damage.
Oh no!
Whoosh.
And then I'm just gonna smack the crap out of this guy.
Alright. Yeah, this dwarf looks slightly frightful as this minotaur charges over the bridge and hops through the fire. And then, like, you go to smash this devil instead, and he kind of, like, shouts at him and grabs the devil's attention and is flanking with you. You get a hit, and you smash him for 15 damage.
Alright, we'll do it again.
Ah, missed by 1 even with the flanking.
Damn.
And you have the Courageous Anthem on, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Dang.
Can't believe you're flanking with my enemy.
He doesn't.
Flanking with the enemy. It's basically treason.
Flanking with. I know. Breaking my heart over here, Turkon.
Well, you don't want him to die to the
Treason,
doubles,
then.
so.
I
it
know.
means-
Let's see. Yeah. He like looks up at you, Turkan, and he's like, don't know where you came from, BC, but for now this is excellent timing. And he will kind of like take a stab at this one. Oh, almost crit even. Takes a stab at that one, taking advantage of its distraction. And then he kind of like, he looks around. He still seems a little bit distracted. He sees this one over here, kind of looking off to the west. And he will turn and shout at that one. Just shouting like... shouting, hey, plenty of trouble over here. And he doesn't actually have intimidation, so he's just gonna roll straight. What even isn't intimidation? Is it strength?
What?
Is intimidation charisma or strength?
Charisma?
Okay, well, look. I don't... Alright. There's feats that let you roll strength. For sure. But he is untrained, he rolls straight strength, and this one just kind of like turns at him and laughs, not being intimidated at all. But he will kind of, I was gonna say, his whole battle plan has kind of changed now that this friendly Minotaur has showed up. He'll just take another stab. I rolled. I meant charisma. That would have been a 2. It would have been a 2 on the intimidation check. He critically failed. He is intimidated by the devils, in fact.
He's intimidated.
He's very nervous. He's very unsure about the situation. Stu is just running.
Good.
Stu is just clattering across the bridge. He should go ahead. Oh, I should have had us take a break right when this fight broke out.
We can take it at the top of the initiative order. Just
Yeah.
have Isha and one more guy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
You can't take a break in the middle of a fight. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry.
What are the enemies just gonna wait for us?
Oh, I
yeah,
should-
actually.
Huh.
The enemies are Varys, so if Varys is taking a break, then he'll still wait.
If you don't mind me posting this again, I have to. And the effects so I remember. Sudden Blight. Where's that going?
It's also hitting his cart.
That's fair and fine. 20-foot burst. So you're hitting what? These two? I don't see it. Oh,
Like
okay.
that.
Okay. Interesting. I assume you want that like up one so that these two are in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Roll. Oh, that highlights the right button. That's cute. So they both save, but they will take half. All right. The process of decay. So they kind of like let out a yelp as their skin starts just like turning dry and like shriveling up and starting to decay. Something that devils don't usually have to worry about. What does it look like as this pops off in that area?
It doesn't really look like anything.
Okay.
It is just time just starts going really fast.
Yeah, so like the cart starts like rotting and kind of like turning to dust at the same time. The axles like rust. That's really fun. All right.
I was like, I guess I could have like put it like more over here, but you know, fuck his cart up, whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. The last Vordine. Yeah, I think as you cast that spell and like the cart starts kind of creaking, I think like this like the tent kind of falls over and one of the trees kind of like creaks as well and like a branch falls out as it just like blackened and completely like devoid of leaves as those fall to the ground as well. And you hear like a shout from a couple of people who are moving this way, like off in the trees, out of sight. Just a shout, a yelp of surprise as they're kind of like on the edge of that. And this Vordine kind of like looks over in that direction and then back to that group, and you see him kind of like making calculations of like what he should do here. He lets out a grunt, and he's gonna just hop over this bridge and
Is he within reach of me?
he is not. He is 5 feet out of your reach. That one. Okay, not Stu. He will move. He'll hop over the bridge and move over here, Isha, to you. And he's going to take a stabby stab with the trident. Bridge is high enough that he had to take one action to hop over, so just one stab.
Oh my lord.
One pretty good stab. And that is...
For later, of course.
For later, of course, yes. I have a feeling this one might actually live long enough to stab you, but, you know, we'll see. And then it loops back to the top of the turn, but we're going to take a break there real quick. As this first one who jumped over and struck at the dwarf.
Okay.
He's just looking around, just lets out a bellow of rage as his own hunt is being interrupted. And I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Sounds am back.
Josu never wants to go outside again so early, except on Saturdays when I'm playing Pathfinder. And then on Saturdays,
Of course.
yeah, every time we're taking our break, I go upstairs and he's like, now. I want to go outside now. I'm like, okay. Okay, I will
He
come.
knows.
I'll come let you in 10 minutes, I guess. He does. He must.
Did he ever get comfy after digging?
Yeah. Yeah, it was only like, 10 seconds of digging and then he flopped down and he was laying there for like an hour.
Aww. Whenever I'm playing and I leave the door to my room open, my cat comes in and he loves to like rub his face on the corner of my laptop. And so he's always moving and blocking the screen when he does that. It's very cute, but very inconvenient.
My old roommate's cat would do that. I would like, I'd like a little lap stand for my laptop, and I would go in and play games. Like, me and two of my roommates, we just used to hang out a lot. So I'd like go and I'd be sitting in the bed playing on my laptop, and their cat would just like come do exactly that, just like rub the side of their neck on the corner of my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
I think Josu already wants to come in. I heard someone grumble. It might have been a roommate.
Oh. Is it super hot where you're at still? Oh, he must have got up.
And no, not super hot. Still, it's like 75 today. Was 80.
Oh, good. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Warmer than it's been for like a couple of weeks.
Hmm.
Probably the last.
It's finally cooling down in Bakersfield.
Yeah, that's good.
Because, man, it was like 100 degrees earlier this week. But I think today it's like 85. And that feels so cool.
Yeah. It was still like hitting 100 here not that long ago, but it's been getting down to like 60, 50 degrees here at night pretty regularly.
Nice.
Yeah, we're sitting at the low 20s over here in Celsius.
Right.
God, I
So-
wish I knew what that meant.
60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was about to Google it. So uncultured. I don't know the.
I wouldn't have any idea if I didn't live in Canada for 3 years.
Oh. See?
I had a
Culture. Never
I had a
lived
guy
anywhere but
yesterday
here,
pick
so.
up an 85-inch TV, and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, me and my mates we measured this out, and the trailer should have like 10 mils of space left over." I'm just like, "All right."
Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
10 milliliters. Yep. Sure enough.
Milliliters
Squeezed in there.
of TV.
I would never trust. I don't know. There's gonna be some bump or something though. Ruins that fit in a truck. I don't know. I would never trust measurements that are that tight. Putting
Well, it was a
something in
trailer,
a trailer, yeah.
and they did strap it down and have a tarp over it.
10 mils just enough for a tarp.
Well, and hopefully.
Yep.
Hopefully they knew that, like, TVs are usually measured from, like, diagonals when you are actually saying
Didn't
it's
know
a, like,
anything.
85-inch TV rather than the length. I learned that the hard way.
Okay, let's see. Seems like everyone's back. I haven't heard.
Yep.
Okay. And now I've heard everyone. All right. Okay.
Why are these devils fucking up my shit?
How do you mean?
Yeah, that's
That's
what
the
I was
question.
saying. That's why I said I was like, this is not gonna be. Come here, we interrogate this guy, and then we leave. I knew something was gonna fucking happen.
Getting third
I
party.
was manifesting that not occurring, but
Well, really,
know!
these devils
You're
are.
a weaker. We've talked about how you're a weaker witch than I am.
Dang.
These devils are
you
actually.
don't need to say that on stream.
Sorry,
we can
sorry,
just
sorry,
know
sorry.
this.
Sorry.
These devils are actually the ones getting third partied for sure, though. They had an
Yeah,
excellent
we are
game.
definitely
Well,
third party.
They deserve it.
Yeah.
We are third party, and it's really hard, and it's so funny.
Yeah.
This is karma for every time I've played Apex Legends.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay, sorry. I gotta check one thing that I already have forgotten. 10 feet? Damn it. Okay. Okay. This one is not realizing the mistake he's making, but he's going to be stepping around you like this. Not stepping. He's full on moving to like put a trail of fire around you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I
Yeah,
said,
he's gonna pay for that.
he thinks he's really on guard. He's like holding up his trident to like thinks he's ready to intercept a strike from you, and then you catch him with his guard down, and you land a hit. Technically, okay, cool. 18 damage, Jesus. All right, so you bash him, and he like lets out a snarl. Let's see, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20. He'll stop there and he'll give you a stab.
Well, anyways, I started stabbing.
Yep. And then he's gonna back up quite a bit. I'm glad I'm laying down these lines and just the most obnoxious patterns to draw. Sorry. It's this one. He sees the other one backing up. He's going to activate his own hot hooves. And then do a similar thing and trace out a line around this guy, just boxing him in.
Hot hooves.
Yes. Staris, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. So we got quickens, and we get an extra movement, right?
Yes.
Stride or strike, yeah.
If I use warp step ahead of time, was that compound?
Yep. Yeah, you'll get the extra movement speed on your extra move.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's see here. Or do I want to move? How far I can? Yeah, you can make it there if he wants to. I don't think I'll actually need to use extra move, actually, but we'll see. So Armis is going to use his extra movement just to say hi to this guy. Yo, it's your boy, Armis. And then I'll use my extra movement on Turris. And then if I want to disarm, that's just to still strike, right?
Yes. Actually, no, sorry. Disarm is specifically... It is an attack, but it's not a strike, I don't think.
Oh, wait, no, but I have, what is it?
He has the hands with disarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I have the disarm feature for my Eidolon's attacks.
Yeah. I think that just makes you better at the disarm action. Like, it lets you apply runes. Your rune bonuses to your disarm. I can double check that, though. But, yeah, disarm is an athletics check. And you have to critically succeed the athletics check to actually knock the weapon out of their hands.
Okay. In which case, I'm gonna act together and do that.
Okay.
I gotta click Turris to act together. Action, act together. Turris is just going to move again. Is that? Can I go there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Armis is going to try to rip this thing out of this guy's hands.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Gross.
Not a success, if you could believe it.
Cannot believe it.
The dice was flirting with that 20, though.
I know. All right. Third action's just going up. Wait, no, no, I don't have. We had one extra move, and then I use act together. Do that, and then yeah, okay.
I realize the hoof prints are just every square they exit, and not the square they land in. So I'm just making some adjustments.
Let's just give him a good old punch.
All right. Let me see. Yeah, it is finesse. Okay, so technically this would have been the -4 for multi-attack penalty, but you are also flanking with Stew, which isn't being counted here, so it is a hit. You would have hit by 0 with flanking.
Multi-attack penalty?
Yeah, so since disarming is an attack,
Hmm.
it affects your follow-up attacks as well. Same as if you would, like, did a regular strike 2 times in a row.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, it would have been +11, not +15, but...
Yeah, but you still hit with flanking with Stew.
Okay, cool.
All right. You wallop him.
Oh, 4 damage. Wow.
They do have diabolically tough skin. It seems. Was that it for your turn?
I think I still have one more action left, which I'm going to do Protect Companion.
Okay, cool.
Now that's my turn.
Okay. Also, this hot hooves thing is actually just an action that lets him stride, so I've been doing that wrong.
Oh my gosh!
Just slightly wrong. I've been like
Live and learn.
I've been
It's all good.
stealing an action from them. It's wrong in your favor so far. But this one will activate it, and he's going to move. He'll spread more fire. He's gonna move up this way and over to get to Stew, and then take a stab with the trident.
By the way, that athletics check still... was that a minor success, or was that a complete failure?
Just a complete regular failure.
Okay.
Not an utter critical failure, but
Do I know what I need to hit in order to at least like succeed on weakening his grapple, his grip?
you don't know what his saves are at the moment, I don't think.
Okay.
If you've kind of discovered what they are, I don't have it written down. That's kind of like
No worries, just checking.
I will stride twice.
target's reflex DC. You know, they're decently reflexive. They're like fairly physically capable. So to succeed and loosen their grip is a, you know, it's not the hardest thing you've ever done. It's probably an average challenge about. It's very close to that. Based on your experience with these devils so far.
I see.
Critically succeeding would be quite hard.
Well, screw them.
Sorry, my character sheet is giving me a little bit of trouble.
You're totally fine. Anything I can help with?
I was trying to cast Ill Omen, which is one of my new focus spells, but it's giving me an error saying I can't cast it because I don't have enough spell slot.
That's
And
odd.
I'm like, huh? Yeah. So that's super cool. I suppose I could just do this.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'll just manually use one of my focus points. Okay.
Okay. He regular succeeds. Oh, which unfortunately means unaffected for Ill Omen. I apologize.
Yay.
He rolled
No, it's fine.
Rolled quite well to succeed on that will save.
Well, screw him. That's my turn.
Okay.
I can't use my hero point to make him re-roll. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunately not. Oh, how far can Scene move? Oh my gosh. I need to leave. If I'm controlling 2-player characters, I need to find a reason to leave one of them behind.
You could just not include them.
I could.
Yeah. Just delete one of the enemies and
Scene is going to move up. Bridge is kind of cluttered. He's not into trying to aim a beam between... Well, actually, Turcon... No, that's not Turcon. That's Armis. Duh, never mind. So he's just gonna take the easy way out. I can't use a level 3 Force Barrage with only 2 actions. He'll use a level 2 one, though. Which I think is 3 darts. Oh no, it's only 2. It's only 2. Okay. So, a couple of missiles arc around and blast this closest to Wardine. And then Turcan, go ahead.
Am I able to jump over the fire without it hurting me?
Yes. You can give me an athletics check. If you critically fail, I might take some extra damage, but
I do have that too.
without making a high jump. Increase the horizontal distance when you leap, including as part of a high jump or long jump by 5 feet. So you'll definitely... Oh my gosh. How do you add? Five feet horizontally. So you need to critically succeed an athletics check to high jump to get over it, I think. Only because of the horizontal distance.
Athletics, you said?
Oh, actually, you need to regular succeed. Never mind. Athletics.
Okay.
And I guess also the other thing is you need to stride at least 10 feet to be able to with a vertical leap without making a high jump. Okay. Oh my gosh, sorry.
it's all good.
So since you always get 5 feet up when you jump at all, you can long jump instead, which is a lower DC, and you can definitely clear that. Okay. All right. So yes, you could hop over that line of fire.
Okay. Would I be able to? How far do I jump? Just to here? Or?
I guess the trickier part is.
Yeah, I could land there. That would be an issue.
You still need to get your 10-foot running start to leap to long jump that way.
Okay.
So you need to back up.
Here is okay.
Huh?
Or no?
You just don't have a lot of running room here, I guess.
Okay.
So you look
No,
back.
we're just gonna mix that whole thing.
Okay, sorry.
And I am just going to take a chunk out of this cart and throw it at the one that's farthest away down there.
All right. Yeah, so you look around to kind of see if you have room to do the jump, and then you realize you don't have enough lead up room, and you just take a chunk of this rotting cart. You just yeet it at this guy. Okay. And you hit him. that's an unfortunate roll. But you whip this chunk of cart and it like catches fire on the way. The fire unfortunately doesn't add damage to a devil, but he gets hit by this burning chunk of wood and like kind of knocks it away. Kind of like puts his shoulder in front. And then just like shouts at you, just screeches.
Alright, I'm gonna take the 10 points or the 2 things.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and take 3d4.
3D.
I think that's the smallest amount you can take with all the squares around you there. Not that much though.
Manually putting that in so I don't have to scroll up.
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
Say edge.
Roll that one. Ew, no.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh man.
So it screeches at you, and then you just start like walking towards him through the fire, and his bravado kind of like shrinks and turns to fear, but you swing at him and he just barely scrambles out of the way. Let's see. This guy kind of looks around, gets stock of the situation. I think he'll just engage with this one in front of him, I suppose. Let's see. I think he'll take 2 swings and raise his shield. Miss. Hit. And then raises his shield for 2 AC, and it's going to be Stu's turn. Stu's going to move over here. He's got like a double strike thing, right? Twin feint? Oh, that just makes them off guard. Okay. Okay, doesn't get anything from Twin Feint here, so Stu will go ahead and stab at the rapier. And then once with the Mimic Blade. Oh, come on. Using Stu's hero point. You should go ahead.
All the effects have finally made my computer lag.
Oh no.
It's not bad. It's just funny it finally reached a threshold.
One action. Sad.
You take his big stab of damage this turn, right?
Yeah, and I'm also gonna shield block it.
Okay. Okay.
That's fair, that's fair.
Okay,
Shield is hardness.
so that is the end of my turn.
Okay.
I'm gonna take 32 damage. I'm gonna reduce that by 5 from my temp HP, then I will shield block. Much hardness. This is plus.
10 hardness at
This is a
level
plus
3?
1. What?
10 hardness, I think.
No, yeah. It's only It's okay. I'll figure it out right now.
Okay.
Shield hardness has 5. Okay, so I'm reducing it by 10 damage, so I'll take 22 damage.
This guy seems very confused after his stab was handled in such a way. He's going to pick a less confusing target and try to stab Armis. Oh, come on. All right.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
And then he's going to Burning Hoof Prince right on out of there. As the other one kind of like looks at, like does a double take at him. And then just growls. Growls in disapproval. Let's see. Oh, it's the one. Okay. I was looking at the wrong one. Turkani does not like being within range of you. He's going to cautiously take a step over
I
here.
bet he doesn't.
Well, he can take a step, but he's still within reach of me.
Taking a step does not provoke reactive strikes.
Oh. It was a move action though, wasn't it?
It's like the 5-foot step from older editions.
Oh. Okay.
So he takes that step over there, and then he as well will activate Hot Hooves, and he'll go kind of like this, just around you, learning his lesson, leaving the trail like this. Okay. A more human and humane individual might assist his dying ally, but this devil is just going to try to go to town on the dwarf in front of him. With a stab and a stab and a hoof.
No, not blonde dwarf.
Oh, that is not correct. Okay. Where'd the critical damage go? What the?
But good question.
Try that again. Okay. Oh, let me see. Let me just double check something. Hit by... Critical hit by +10. He, with shield block, actually would have reduced that to a regular hit. So let me just heal him for 14. And he will shield block as a reaction with his shield to reduce it by another bit that I'll figure out in a minute. Turris, go ahead.
So, how far is this jump off into the river, and how deep is the river?
Ooh.
So, depending on where you jump in, like right here, it's just shoreline.
Right.
Right here, it's... It's actually like surprisingly... It looks surprisingly deep. It looks deep and rapid. Deep in like strong current. I wouldn't say rapids exactly, but it's a significant river.
deep for a medium creature or deep for a large creature?
Yes.
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 It's handleable.
A large
It's not
creature
automatically
generally.
It's not automatically going to wash him away or anyone away.
Mhm.
I would say Armis is like 10, maybe 15 feet tall in his current form. He will still have to be swimming, which might be difficult for his suit of armor. I don't know, but he's incredible at athletics, so he will not be sticking out of the water, though, if that is your question.
Okay. These guys got across, so I'm not too worried about Armis. Let's see here. What is that thing that I never use? Let's see.
Take 13.
How long does this last? Okay. Well, we'll just do this then, I guess. Act together right now. And I'm gonna evolution surge.
Oh, okay.
Eidolon can breathe underwater and gains a swim speed equal to its land
If
speed.
he has a swim speed, he's just fine.
Wow.
If he has a swim speed, like an actual swim speed, he's just fine and won't have to make any checks here.
All right.
He's moves in the river like a fish, kind of bulky, awkward metal fish.
His legs just turn into propellers. So, with the same act together. Was that that was a 2. So he's gonna use his 1. He's gonna jump in and swim to shore.
All right.
15, 20, 25. Yeah. Is the wagon desiccated enough just to kind of for him to walk through it? Just step onto it?
It was 16 damage? I don't think so. Cart has quite a bit of hardness and HP. I haven't mathed it out, but there is enough to be in the way. So Armis would have to kind of... I mean, effectively, you can climb over it without losing... it's like an extra 5 feet to climb on and then off, so it's not a big deal.
Okay, well, I think that's as far as you can get. So he's gonna stay there. Then I got one more. How far is this guy here? 40 feet. That's out of range for me. That is, 30 feet. All right, so I'm just gonna use my last. Do we still have Quicken?
No, sorry, that only lasted 1 turn.
Okay, no worries. Just making sure.
No problem.
Oh, yeah. Where is that? Yeah, I'm gonna use stand to move for my last action, actually, and then move up, 25 feet next to Stu there. And then Armis is just gonna hop off the cart and get next to Turcon, or get right here. Saddle up to this guy.
All right.
Who thinks he could run away, but he cannot.
Yeah, he's looking perturbed about that. Okay, this guy. Well, this one certainly doesn't want to be the last one on the bridge, facing off against all these weirdos that have shown up. So he's going to activate his hot hooves. 15. Yeah, you can only get like there. He'll move one more. We'll fill this hole. We'll fill all the fire. So we'll get here, and then he will go for a stab against Armis. For 13. And then Staris, go ahead.
All right. Mhm. Okay. Move.
Do these count as magical fire or non-magical fire?
I assume magical fire.
Dang.
I am hitting the one that's hitting my guy.
Yeah.
And trying to keep him from killing the guy I want to kill. So DC 22 reflex.
Regular save, so they will take half.
Okay. And then I will. Trying to decide where I want to be. Like right here, I guess.
All right.
And how much
That will
fire
be,
damage am I taking?
I think, 4d4. Right? It's d4s?
Yeah.
I lost the
that's
plot on the
what I
hot
thought.
hooves. Yeah.
You just are painting the whole board. Okay, so 8. Okay.
Okay. Scene. Who's in range? 60. All right. So he sees the one, quite injured one, kind of retreating into the trees, and Scene is going to fire off another round of Force Barrage, this time at level 3. Two of them are going to go down to that guy there, and then two of them are going to go right into the closest one. Oh, I didn't target. Great. So there's that. And then the closest one.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, Bernie.
Okay. Yeah, so the two missiles take out the one at the bottom. He's like running behind this tree, and then these missiles kind of coil over and around the tree and blast into him, and he like just pops out the other side, just like falling onto the ground and turning to ash. The closest one takes slightly less lethal dose, but isn't looking terribly happy about it himself, as chunks of his armor just go flying off.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Jesus. Well, that guy's gonna have a bad time.
Hell yeah.
32, holy.
I want to push him into a fire. It doesn't matter which one.
Okay.
Actually, make it the one closer to me.
All right. Yeah, you like catch him with the back end of the Becta Corbin's like hook. You pull him in. Here is the one to the left.
That's fine.
Okay. He is unfortunately immune to the fire, but he kind of like stumbles in and isn't looking great.
Well, look down and I'm saying you're not going anywhere.
All right, you may miss that attack. Okay. He does not get frightened for free for that you're not going anywhere, but he does look
Okay.
doesn't look terribly pleased about his new situation here.
Would a 18? Would an 18 hit them?
Would an 18 hit? No.
I guess I would technically be flanking with.
Oh right, yeah, it's not including the flank. No, you're missing him by a bit more than that.
Okay.
The dwarf. Staris here slithering up through the fire, and he does kind of a double take, especially as you just roll through the fire like it's nothing. And it's not like recognition exactly, but there is like kind of surprise. He's been surprised at every new character from your party that he's seen so far, but he kind of thinking for now that his back is covered, he's going to kind of like just give you a quick nod and turn and stab the one kind of between him and Turkan that is in a slightly worse position.
Staris is focusing on the devil she's attacking, but all of her snakes in her
Holy
hair are hissing at her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Damn.
So, wow, Turkan, you catch this guy off guard, and then the dwarf whirls around and just very clean stab, like top right shoulder down and like through his chest, and this devil is just like gone in that one stab. And then he whips around and he will try to take a swing at the other one. Gets a hit, and he will raise his shield. Stu, I'm still controlling. He's going to swap to his crossbow. He's gonna look at that fire. He's like, nah. Turris, you just hear like a nah. And then he pulls out his crossbow and takes a shot. And misses horribly and reloads. You should go ahead.
Not shooting through the fire and flames today.
Yep. Oh. Thought that was rolling back to the 3. All right, that is a solid hit. That's this. Oh, I guess I don't have to target him. I just hit the damage. A spray of needles into this devil that's just getting harried at range by everyone. I don't think he's taken a melee hit yet. He's just getting sprayed at.
Yeah, I guess my goal is to like land here and then just kind of like goes with.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's totally fine. It looks like it probably takes 2 moves to get there. 1 move? No, you're fine,
2?
you're fine.
I have 50 movement.
Yeah, you have a ton of movement. I just like double clicked your
Yeah.
character sheet and was like, wait, no. Hold on, never mind.
Yeah, I have 50
Wait.
movement. I assume I assume going up this is difficult terrain. This is 20 movement. I still have 40. So
Yeah. Oh, these aren't the guys with the annoying nets. All right. Well. This guy is just screwed, actually. He looks around, and then he just hisses at Armis, and he's going to take a couple pokes with the trident. Doesn't even really have anything that interesting to do right now. Yeah, just a couple pokes with the trident and a hoof. Just wailing.
Owie.
Yeah. One good hit and one pretty okay hit. Oh yeah, they go 2 in a row. And then this Vortine. Let's see. He's got slightly more options. Staris, he's going to try to give you a stab. Succeed quite critically.
He's very, very successful.
And then he's going to hot hooves right out of there.
I'm assuming I can't see Staris. I'm assuming this is a tree in my way.
Yeah. You can kind of see what's happening. I think you can target Staris. I think that would be fine.
Okay, I'll give you another turn.
Oh.
Merry Christmas. Oh, oops,
Huh.
wrong Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Wrong Christmas. Oh. Thank you.
All right, so you don't take the 30 immediately.
Just undo that.
Yeah, so again, your form right where the stab happens kind of like temporarily turns to sand, and he pulls out his trident and then like kind of takes half a step away and then just books it. These mortals with their confounding magic. Turris, go ahead.
Speaking of confounding magic. Let's see here. That wasn't a very good hiss at all. Show him, Armis. Show him a good hiss.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So it's like a very solid direct hit that this devil just kind of like rolls with and absorbs the impact without much consequence.
If only I had a follow-up.
Go ahead and roll the damage. He succeeds regularly. He will take half. A splash of acid melting away even more of his armor, leaving just his rather battered and skewered devil flesh for the most part. He's not having a good time. But he's not dead.
Oh, dang.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, I tried.
Staris, I believe it is your turn.
It sure is. And we're gonna try to kill that guy before that hit can
Oh.
take effect. Okay. This should do it. God, I hope it does it. Uh-oh. Hero point. Please.
Oh no!
What the? Oh, no.
You like look down at where this
That is
trident.
Game,
bad.
don't you understand? I'm supposed to be so cool right now. What the hell?
Just a little bit of panic as you look down at that deep trident wound that goes into like this part of you that turns to sand, and you've seen before what's about to happen, and you try to blast this guy with holy light, and instead you just blast this tree. And just the whole thing like leans a little bit.
Show that tree
as I scorch the bark of it.
Okay. God damn it. I will quickly battle medicine myself with my last unhastened action.
All right.
And then I almost there.
All right. Scene's turn. Scene. Has another
my courageous anthem.
third level spell slot, actually. He'll split 2 and 2 again on a level 3.
Is NPC scene just gonna kill steal all these?
Maybe.
Force Barrage is great at kill stealing.
That's true. 2 there, 2 there.
That's a cacti. Reroll it.
Blammo. 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 Does get 1 kill steal. The one on the left is dead.
Damn, not the one I need dead.
Yeah, that one is still alive for now. Turkan, go ahead.
At the end of your turn, you do take that damage, by the way.
Oh, it is
Owie.
the end of Staris' turn.
End of my
Okay.
turn. God, how much fucking was it?
30 something.
20. Looked like we were taking
It was-
20.
Definitely 30 something. It was 30 exactly.
Oh my god. Turkan just
Get him, Turk.
finding a way to lumber through the woods. Out of all the fire. Oh my god. This guy's running away into the forest and just gets clotheslined by a Becta Corbin. Does that do it?
God, I hope so.
Not quite.
He's still alive.
Oh my
Still
god.
alive.
Ah!
Oh, unfortunately not. And I think that's the last action you've got?
Yes.
Alright.
Alright. Dwarf is not going to bother with the fire. He's going to just kind of like drop his sword, pull out the crossbow he's got, kind of like slung over his shoulder, and he takes a shot. That doesn't do it, and he reloads.
Oh my.
Stu has reloaded and takes a shot. And reloads and takes a shot. And hits
Oh.
for exactly the amount that he will reduce to 0.
Yeah, I was like, yep. Yep.
Isha, it's your turn.
Tenacious little guy.
As he starts looking
Physical
around,
damage resistance is actually kind of insane.
starts looking around at the far shores. Not the steps he's going to take immediately, but somewhere farther away for some reason.
I should. Okay, hold
Slow
on.
roll over to
hold
the
on.
5.
No.
Hold on.
No. No. It is no.
It is no.
This is an outright comedy, guys.
All right.
This is what's happening.
Everyone in range with a
How many
reactive
mirrors?
strike. He starts casting a spell as he does basically the Doctor Strange like twirl with his hands in the air, and this door opens in front of him.
Come on.
There we go.
Oh. My man. Good job.
And he is stepping through, and you just smash his back with the back to Corbin, and you see a poof of dust appear across the shore over here. He like dies while stepping through.
Huh.
And there's a moment of kind of quiet as everyone kind of looks around, and some of these flames start to flicker out over the course of the next 60 seconds.
Oh, great. I'm gonna try to tangle vine.
Oh.
He thinks you're a friend right now.
I was gonna kick the sword away from him.
You have an extra hero point, right? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I do.
Is there anybody?
Still
Okay,
Oh.
I'm gonna say he's off guard. He thinks the fight's over. He's like
Mhm,
going
mhm.
to sling his crossbow again. And then like gets blasted by this tangle vine. And kind of like stumbles a little bit as these roots kind of grasp around him and hold him in place. And he does a double take, kind of like looks to where it came from, looks at you, Staris, and it's not so much a look of like, oh shit, it's like an I knew it look almost. He just like gives the smallest shake of his head.
Is Turkon successful in kicking his weapon away?
Yeah, he doesn't have any control over that weapon. Turkon can just freely grab it.
Excellent. Okay. Staris will approach him.
Yeah, fire kind of conveniently dying out as you approach.
1 second.
She's grabbing her monologue.
No, my husband chose the worst time to interrupt me.
Oh.
He had good intentions. I just him annoyed. So she'll approach him, and like as she's approaching him, she tears off her blindfold so she can look in his eyes and or look in her eyes. She's kind of like all of her snakes are kind of writhing more than usual and very intense gaze. Does she have eyes? Yes, she does. Have eyes.
Look with your
And
special
she'll-
eyes.
Approach and ask, your name. Ask what his name is.
Kind of looks around at the quickly closing circle of your allies. And I think before giving his name, he's like, and it was too good to be true. A bunch of beasties coming out of the woods in the nick of time.
I don't know why they were after you. Frankly, it was annoying.
I think he's talking about us.
Us? I suppose we're beasties in your eyes as well.
Well, yeah, who I meant, yeah.
Again, I'm asking for your name. I don't think you're in a position to leverage anything against us here.
Leo. My name's Leo. Brightstone, if it matters.
It doesn't. Do I look familiar to you, Leo?
Kind of opens his mouth and then like closes it, kind of sets his jaw, bends against the vines a little bit. He's like, I've tangled with Medusas before, yeah.
She'll kind of chuckle at the word Medusa. Tangled with Medusas. You don't even know what I am. A year ago, you took a contract along with some other men. And you killed my family. I'm before you today to get information and treat you to that same fate. I want to know where Gavram Lewis is. And I know you know where he is, or at least how to contact him.
There's kind of a... When you mention the contract, there's then a moment of like recognition, and his eyes kind of like fall to the ground and then like over to the side. His brow kind of furrows. And he looks... His look goes from like resolute to kind of increasingly troubled as you speak, but he looks back up to you when you mention Gavram. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I forcefully put my hand on his shoulder and lean down really close to his face.
Staris, you see him like jump, and then kind of like, then get kind of that stern, kind of resolute look again, kind of like tilting his chin off to the other direction, just like trying to act like he didn't react to the huge Minotaur hand on his shoulder. And it's like, I might know where Gavram shacks up, but if you're just gonna kill me, what incentive do I have to help you? Why would I help you find your other victims before I go?
Oh. Truly, I don't need your help. I just thought I'd give you a purpose for your pitiful final moments.
He kind of kind of like raises his lip a little, like in defiance, and then let's see, there's like I think everyone else's attention, who's not currently in NPC standby mode, everyone else's attention is pretty fixed on this guy, but both Leo and Isha hear like a shuffling kind of off this way. And Isha, you see like kind of around this tree. There's an elf girl who peeks her head out, and then like a couple more elves kind of like one kind of grabs there's an older elf man and an elf woman. The man kind of like kneels down behind her very, very hurriedly and like kind of tries to scoop her up. It's like, no, it's not safe. And she's like, no, but it's her. And Leo doesn't catch any of these words, but kind of hears the shuffling. And kind of like turns so Isha, you hear this clearly, you see these three clearly. And then you probably...
Yeah, Isha like kind of like stands up fully. She's just like she's been like refocusing this whole time.
Yeah.
She's like kind of looking around, and she kind of like her head just like sneaks out from underneath the bottom here and is like looking.
Oh, you're under the cart?
No, it's like I'm in the cart.
Oh,
right
but
now.
you like peek
I'm-
your head back out the back and like down.
yeah, I just kind of like slink my head down and around.
Yeah, and you meet this, like, the elf girl is kind of like looking over her shoulder, talking to this older elf, and then kind of like looks forward and like eyes meet, not your eyes, but sees you, and your sandy visage, and her eyes go wide, and she's just like, very innocently and not afraid. It's just like, wow. Point of fact, you probably recognize
Oh my
this
god.
elf girl as well.
Why does Isha know everybody?
Well, you guys both had a... Well, never mind.
Oh. That's fucking funny.
Because...
Reasons.
Meanwhile, Leo over here, like, hears the shuffling and kind of, like, turns back. Just like, glances to the side, then turns back to you, Staris, and for some reason starts kind of, like, speaking louder. And he's like... Well, if it's information you want... Fine, maybe I... have some trifles that can send you on your way. Let's get this over with quick, And he suddenly seems like more nervous yet compliant at the same time.
Okay. Well, then I'll ask again. Where can I find Kevron?
Don't know where he is right now. Haven't spoken to him in a bit, but he has a hideout kind of southern Sarosa. Down the coast somewhere.
That's not very specific. I know he gave you the means to contact him.
Yes, I've got the information in my pack in my bag there. In my tent. It's got it marked on a map in a contact in Sarosa that can get a hold of him quickly.
Who is this contact?
Like, gives a small shake of his head and a shrug. He's like, someone of one of the guilds. I haven't gotten in touch. I have a name. Don't remember it. It's in my pack too.
She'll kind of motion to Turris to see if he'll go into the tent to find the pack.
Nons. Is it the small tent or the big tent?
Small tent.
Chickadee, check it out.
Okay. Yeah, he's got... You pull out his pack and start kind of rifling through it, and there's a lot of just adventuring supplies, mercenary supplies, food, grappling hooks, door spikes, a couple of potions. And yeah, you find a couple of maps as well. One of this area you guys are in, one of like Sarosa. And the Sarosan one has like a mark, again, kind of in the south, like you said, where this apparent hideout is. This whatever base of operations Skevrim has. And then there's like another note among his things. He's got a lot. He's got like a notebook with lots of notes, but there's a contact there for a for a Miguel in the Sarosan capital.
Good. It appears you're telling the truth. I appreciate that. I know that there were 3 others that were hired along with you by Gebram. I have the name of one. Ander. Do you know where he is?
Nah. Shakes his head. Haven't seen him since.
And what of the bald man?
Bald
Flat
man.
mustache.
I think his name was Sacristan.
I beg of you to put that in the chat. Thank you. And then one of you fell in the conflict. Is that right?
Yeah, one of the younger boys had a bad time of it. Beaudry, I think. Last fellow never got the name for as a I don't know, Gevram kept calling him Hunter, Huntsman, something like that.
Describe him.
Big fellow, human, but built like an orc. Kind of a beard thicker than mine, dark hair, brown, dark brown. Looks like it'd kill. I mean, expressions. Not a pleasant man to be around.
There were 6 of you all together?
Kind of like looks up, seems to count. Aye, yeah.
Good.
Back over at Isha, where you're watching this child and the 2 older elves.
Yeah, if it seems clear that she's talking about me,
She's actually not. She didn't know you were there.
who is she pointing at?
She's just like pointing past the cart, and then you kind of like stuck your head like in the way, and she's like, "Wow," she reacted to you, and like the one, the elf man kind of like looks at you in surprise, and for a moment kind of like isn't as attentive to the child, and she kind of like slips away and starts kind of like going around this way, you not holding her attention anymore, when she finds her freedom.
She does not find freedom.
You step in her way. The father is like following behind. At this point, I think everyone kind of like hears the commotion, especially when this elf girl kind of gets cut off by Isha, and she like stumbles to a stop in front of you, and she's like, "Hey, get out of my way!"
I cannot do that.
But Monster Lady saved me again. I have to say thank you.
I don't think that there is anything you want to see here. Thanks can save for later.
She looks confused. Go ahead and make a not very difficult diplomacy check to convince her that she should wait. Okay, so you do convince her, and she kind of stops trying to sneak past you. She kind of pouts, it's like, starts to settle down. Staris, as this girl speaks up, though, you kind of like hear it, and you might do you look? Do you let this catch your attention at all?
I will roll a D2 to decide.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No
I
problem.
forgot slash roll. Oh, now. Let's see if I can do this right. Oh my god, I always do it wrong. Slash roll 1D2. There we go. No, I don't let it catch my attention.
Okay. All right.
I definitely hear it.
Yeah,
but-
you hear the Monster Lady Save Me Again words. But you keep your attention here. You keep your resolve.
How old is this child?
Probably. It was a little hard to tell with elves, but probably like 11. 10 maybe.
I don't have anything that can entertain a 10-year-old.
Truly impossible.
Yeah, I just
So the
I start just like shuffling her backwards.
yeah, the elf man kind of leans down and like scoops her up again and looks at you confused, but gives a little bit of a nod. And then kind of like takes her and they shuffle back off this way. While this is all going on, maybe even a little further. After you're saying like there's nothing here you want to see.
Yeah, and then the cart will like creak as she just like crawls back into it.
All right. All right.
Well, I've gotten what I needed from you.
Yeah.
That day you chose to slaughter my sisters and desecrate our temple. You set my world out of balance. And I'm here to try to tilt things back as they were.
Yeah, and his attention, when yours stayed on him, his kind of like wavered and his eyes like flicked over to that corner. And then after the father kind of grabbed the girl and walked away, his eyes kind of like went back to you, and he seemed like relieved for a moment. And then you start saying this stuff about tilting the balance back, and he kind of swallows and realizes his other issue has not really been dealt with. And he kind of scowls. And then he like opens his mouth to speak and closes it again and just I don't know. He looks conflicted and he confused and like he doesn't really know what to say next.
Good. And then I'm gonna
Oh.
catch fucking grasp on him.
All right. We can. He is basically surrendering.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we don't narratively have to walk through all the different ways you're doing.
Yeah.
dealing damage to them.
I'm
Great.
so he can like, you can fry him and he drops unconscious, and then if anyone has reactions or responses after that, so his hit points drop to 0. He's effectively, and he drops to the ground dying. Well, drops into the vine's grasp dying. There's like a jolt and his eyes go wide and his head like slumps and he's unconscious.
And you had shared with me that the weapon was glowing in my vengeful sight, right?
Yeah. And no one else has this experience, but like when you approached this guy, your very strong sense of smell was just like overpowered by this smell of like just like almost warm iron.
Okay. Yeah, I was, for flavor, I was gonna say that I shock him unconscious and then I'll stab him with the blade that I'm assuming he used to stab and kill my sisters.
Yeah.
I'll end him the same way he ended them.
Yeah, you pick up the sword and you like bring it close to him. And you hear this almost uncomfortably delighted low voice in the back of your head just say, Frasil. And then you stab him. And you slide the blade in, and he is dead.
Is dead.
And then Staris will kind of toss the blade aside and let out a long exhale.
To you,
Oh.
the blade that was covered in this kind of... It looked like it was like covered in blood when you picked it up. Covered in this like crimson that kind of flashed back and forth between crimson and orange. And you pull the blade out and you throw it aside. And to you, the blade looks clean. To everyone else, of course, it looks horribly bloodied. But to you, it looks like you have cleansed this blade of the sin it committed in his hands.
And then she'll take his belongings from Turis. Thank you. Yeah, and then she'll pocket the like journals and documents and whatnot. Put it in her stash.
Okay. Off in the background, Stu's like, wow, that was pretty hardcore. Wonder if I can eat him. It seems like.
Staris will kind of motion to Stu.
Oh.
Give him permission.
You'll trot her over.
Still get to eat.
Stu get to eat. Gulp.
Stu gets to eat.
Gulp.
I'm just gonna stomp through the cart and look inside the tent over here.
Okay. That is... It's got like... There's actually like a stew burning here.
Stew's burning!
Soup burning.
You need to find your...
A pot of some kind of warm meal burning over here. And Turkan, as you kind of like go to this side of the cart, you hear like hushed kind of whispers over here as you kind of like duck down to look in the tent. And it's got like a couple of bedrolls. There's like a child's toy in there. There's kind of like a crate that has been set with like a couple of books on it. One is open, looks like a notebook. Someone was writing in it when all this interruption happened.
He'll grab the toy.
All right. Yeah, it's just like a little doll, kind of like a handmade handmade doll that has been stitched together very, very carefully. Kind of like brightly colored dress.
Go over and like stand along the edge of the river, keeping an eye out.
Well, Staris moves away as Stu is eating the corpse, and she's reaffixing the veil over her eyes.
Yeah, and he obviously Leo Brightstone glows no more in your vengeful sight.
That was a
She'll-
really bad pun.
I missed it.
Leo Brightstone no longer
Oh.
glows in my vengeful sight.
Mm.
Kind of as she's putting the veil back on, she will take in her surroundings, see if she sees any other targets in her vengeful sight. A new one, perhaps.
South. There's a dot on the horizon in the south.
I see.
Not close, but on this side of the
Yeah.
on this side of the mountains.
Okay. Wonderful. 1 down, 5 to go. Apparently, I thought I was only working with 5. The 6th is new information to me. It's okay,
It
we
might
can talk
only
about it
be
later.
it might only be 4 to go.
Okay.
I was jumping around my notes
It's
a
all
little
good.
bit. And
You're
it-
totally fine.
And he said, and there were 5 others, and I was like, oh yeah, sure.
It's too late to make amendments. I've already written it all down.
Oh,
She has
shit.
5 to go.
Okay.
Whatever information I gave you in the first blurb is accurate in terms of the number of people.
Or there were 6. 1 died.
Uh-huh.
This one died. Now there's 4.
Yeah.
Guy room 1, no details. 1 away unconscious. 1 is bald. 1 is this dead guy. Looks like there were 5 total.
Well, and then
Yeah.
the hunts, and then yeah, right.
One is
So-
the
The
huntsman is the one that Staris had no information on.
Okay, so then we're right. Everything's good now.
Correct. There were 5. Now there's 4.
Anyway.
But you could kill this Miguel guy for fun, I guess.
You know what? We might.
You could make it.
It's
you could
hard
make it
to keep
6.
Stu fed. We need every excuse we could get to kill someone that feeds Stu. I think Stairs will approach Turkon. She kind of like grasp his forearm a bit, steadying herself, and thank him for his support.
Do you feel better?
In some ways, and in others, the burden grows more heavy.
This is where I'm holding the doll and I show it to you.
Where did this come from?
From the
He
tent.
stole it.
Oh.
And then she just like
Oh.
she just like jumps out of
Oh
the
yeah,
thing.
Staris, you get handed this doll.
Mm-hmm.
Stand by.
Nope.
Oh shit, standing by.
We are standing by.
I'm sitting. Is that okay?
No.
I am also sitting.
Uh.
I gotta get up.
Sitting by.
I can't stand up. My knees hurt too much.
Oh.
Oh. I'm moving all those 100-kilo boxes.
Actually, that was a cement slab for an umbrella.
Oh.
Yikes.
Yeah.
You recognize this doll It was held by a accidental visitor to your temple named Tin, a young elf girl who got lost in the forest.
She'll kind of look at it and turn to Turkon. Like, I thought I heard a child's voice. Did you see who this doll belonged to?
No, but I did hear voices. And he points over to the west. They were trying to be quiet.
Staris will inspect the tent.
Yeah, you see the same stuff in there that Turkan saw. Couple of like notebooks, couple of bedrolls, one kind of like smaller, 3 in total. Lots of belongings. Like obviously this camp was meant for more people than just Leo.
Am I able to see where they went?
Yeah. If you look around a little bit, like it doesn't, there's not too many different directions for them to go. If you look around a little bit, there's like this kind of gully off to the west. And as you like look around the woods just like a little bit, you hear kind of the voice of a girl in that gully. And then one of the 3 hears you, and you hear just like a hush from the same direction.
She'll go back over to Turkon and can you come with me over this way?
Shrugs.
Slither down to the bank of the river and make our way over there.
Okay. Yeah, and you come around the corner and you see 3 elves, one a small girl that you recognize, and I guess 2 parents that you might also recognize. I don't know if you ever got their names, but they're the ones who kind of you guys worriedly reunited with Tin. Bit over, before everything happened, before they died.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of like quietly talking as you come around the corner, and then the woman kind of sees you and like stands up and like steps in front of Tin and is like, we don't have very many belongings. Your business was with that man, right? Our bodyguard?
Yes. I mean you no harm. You got caught up in something that did not involve you.
She gives kind of a slow, stern nod. She seems nervous, but also kind of well-traveled. It seems like maybe they've dealt with this kind of situation before. She kind of glances off to the east and then back to you and says, thank you for helping with those other creatures. Then?
Are any of you injured?
No, our Leo was whatever other business he may have gotten mixed up in. He was good at his job and kept us safe. So we're all right.
I'm glad to hear it. And Tin, you're looking well. Not wandering off in forests anymore, right?
She kind of like nods to the first thing and then laughs at not wandering off in forests anymore. And she's like, no. And a very unconvincing lie. And father in kind of a also unconvincing joking tone is like, that's she was off getting in trouble over here when those things attacked. That's the only reason we weren't in camp.
Any idea what set them after you?
No, folks at a town to the south, Expedition's Landing, said devil attacks were frequent right now in this area. On the rise. Said they were looking into it.
Yes. I had hoped we'd cleared them out. Clearly there's stragglers. Where are y'all headed?
I think the mother kind of like hesitates a little bit. And she like looks confused when you recognize Tin, and then kind of like was looking at you closely, and kind of like realization struck a little bit. And then he's like, "It's all right. You were from the temple, right? To Denala?"
Yes. I encountered your daughter a few years ago. Lost. Helped find her way back.
I remember. We are heading up to Timmel. You're hired to look into something. It's rather boring, but we're historians, archaeologists.
Well, you should know you won't be traveling with the bodyguard any longer. At least, not until you hire a new one.
Right.
I apologize for the inconvenience, but it had to be done.
Wait, did they say archaeologist?
Mm-hmm. They said historian and archaeologist?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Maybe we should get them to look at the tower.
Ah, new NPCs for the tower.
More.
Our favorite little mini game.
I'm gonna shout for tourists to get over here.
Oh my god.
So you start talking in
Girl's
like
"Hey,
they mention historian and archaeologist, and then you guys start talking like hushed tones. Big Minotaur turns around and like shouts for another party member, and the couple kind of just like look at each other confused.
Why don't we get them out of this gully and back to their camp?
I mean, gullies are always kind of comfy. All right.
Huh.
It's perfect size to just cradle a large Minotaur.
He's like, just like a natural bed.
Mm-hmm.
Nice and cozy. Crushes this poor family. But yeah, Staris will kind of motion for them. Like, it's safe. You can go back.
Yeah, there's like a glance between the two. Tin is very excited to come with you. The parents kind of glance at each other, and then one kind of nods, and the other shrugs and nods, and they follow you
Let's
back.
make sure that Stu is finished eating.
Yeah,
first.
Stu was
Well,
brought.
Stu eats everything in one bite.
Stu is returning from finishing his meal, and yeah. Let's see. Do you guys have everything you want off of these fellows? The devils really don't have that much worthwhile.
Yeah.
Technically,
What are you talking about? Breastplates are worth 8 gold.
Here, I thought the devil was in the details.
The devil is in the details.
Let's see. This guy was hitting with multiple damage dice. I think his longsword ought to be striking. So, Leo's sword, such as it is quite high quality. I don't know how comfortable Staris will be with having it around, but it is a +1 striking longsword.
Nope, we can sell it.
Fair enough. You can peel the runes off of it, put it on something else, and then get rid of the sword
Like stickers.
if you want.
Like stickers.
And then the 3 elves come back to camp. And when they do, Tin does kind of like walk up to you separately, Staris, and say, "Thank you for saving me again."
You're welcome. It's a pleasant surprise to see you. It's been a while. You've grown.
She smiles wide. She's like, "I have. I'm getting explore everywhere we go. Getting really good at it."
Will we
Happy to
nudge
hear it.
tourists to go talk to them?
Tourist. That is strictly Turkon's idea. It's like, these people are smart. They can help you.
They do book things, Turris.
They do book things.
They know old things.
Hey,
Book and rock things.
ooh. I guess Turris and Armus have just been kind of like chatting for mostly out loud and in their heads, going back and forth.
Yeah.
It's something going on like, well, I don't know if it was the right thing to do. He seemed to upset her. No, I don't know either was any doubt. And then, like, kind of looks at you guys, been like, oh, you have new guests? Friends? Foes?
Friends.
I should.
They know books and rocks, and I thought they might help you.
Oh, help me. What sort of books and rocks do you know?
Well, I am a. Let's go over introductions, perhaps. I'm Egwin. I'm an archaeologist from Sarosa. My wife here is Tithe. She is a historian. We work together to uncover religious sites and catalog them as much as possible. Kind of catalog knowledge. There's a lot to do these days. Lots of new information out there. New old information.
Oh, it's very pleasure. My good pleasure to meet you. I'm Turris Ironcrad of Tower Ironcrad. You may have heard of me.
They look at each other and they're like, don't believe that I have, but
That's probably because I'm not very religious.
right. Well, if you have this tower named after you, I'm sure you have great accomplishments.
Oh yes, of course.
Interested in. Is this what you need help with? And he kind of like looks around confused. He's like, is it a tower of historical significance?
I'd really like to think so. You see, I'm trying to learn more about myself.
Okay.
This bit is
Is-
so funny
is-
every time.
Is this their tent?
That is their tent, yes.
You should just kind of like. Doop, 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 doop.
Yep.
Curls up inside.
No, I'm rifling through their shit.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
Sorry, I was still on ideas
Of
for nap
course, of
spots,
course.
like Kirkon was mentioning.
It's hard to get off nap mode. It's really, really difficult.
Uh-huh.
This man is very clearly confused. He's like, is it this estate, this tower belong to family or something? I might be able to help uncover some past mentions of this tower or something.
Oh, I don't know if my mother built me or not, but she does.
I would think so.
You would think that, wouldn't you? But technically, I have two mothers.
He nods. He's like,
Uh,
I suppose the chances of adoption are higher then. But
Maybe it's rather easier just to show you.
how far away is this tower?
Yeah, about an hour.
Really? This land is rife with history, it's true. I didn't know anything was quite so close.
Well, you see, that's the fun part. It's both close and far away at any given time.
At this point, the mother is like, oh, heavens. Like, she's getting to the implication faster. And he like does a double take. And she's like, we really can't be... We must be on our way relatively quickly. We can't just be teleported somewhere else. We have somewhere to be. Unless your tower is in Temel, perhaps.
That's not the case, right?
No, your tower is...
No.
nope.
Mm,
Nope.
Nowhere near that. I wasn't sure if it was anywhere close to that or not.
Temel is still even farther north.
Quite...
Far, yeah.
So.
As far away north as Montecalana is south. More or less.
Is it in the same direction?
No,
Technically?
it's almost in the opposite direction.
Dang.
Taurus, I think you'll have more luck discovering more about yourself when we're able to explore more of the tower. We should let them be on their way.
Yes, I suppose so.
The man kind of clears his throat and he's like, well, I am quite curious and we're out of bodyguard anyway. And Ty is like, Egwin. He's like, what? It's a new site? I'm very curious about this place, this tower. And she just kind of like turns his shoulder away and looks at you and is like, can you excuse us for a minute? And
Oh,
and
they need to have a discussion.
They're walking back, and Isha is walking out with like all their research journals.
No!
they are.
It is just like it is just like just reading them. Just
She is already starting to talk at him, but he is like looking over her shoulder, like sees you, like he's looking at her, and then sees you coming out of the tent and like squints over her shoulder and tries to watch what you're doing. And then she grabs his attention. Egwin, pay attention. This is important. And they kind of like step behind these trees and argue a little.
I think I know where this is going. I'm going to start drawing my door now. Find an appropriate surface and start drawing.
Inappropriate surface. Where is that exactly?
Yeah, you could.
I guess on like the ridge.
Yeah, you could manage it on the ridge. You could manage it under the bridge, on on the bottom side of the bridge.
I know. I'm like, can you do it just in the ground?
So clearly they're going to Temel. I don't know what the fuck is in Temel, to be honest, but I'm hoping these books will tell me.
Oh, yeah. So you're kind of skimming, I imagine, a little bit. I mean, the big thing that you find is like not a sealed envelope, but an envelope that has been kept in like good condition, kind of like folded in one of the notebooks. And you open it, and it's a signed like contract, like work order, with a mentioning like a down payment of a significant amount of gold, like 450 gold, with like the same amount on return with more information about a about a castle in Temel. They've been hired to look into the folklore of this kind of like, it mentions the same folk story that Turris found about the keep, like that the royal family of Rudel fled to under the mountain, quote unquote, the mountain.
Ooh.
And this family has been hired to go look into it by what's his fucking name?
Oh.
Old angry stanky undead elf man.
Oh,
Augustine.
Yeah. So Isha is like reading this, and she like whistles. She's like, she like throws the letter down, and is like, no, we can't let them go.
And this is dated for like the day before you all got together in Montclana City.
Are you handing this down to Staris?
No, not personally.
Just
Oh.
flopping the letter down between like Turris, Staris, and Armus.
Yeah, there's just like one sandy mage hand just like
I see.
flipping that shit around like crazy.
Yeah. And the
Turris, it seems like your intuition was correct.
Oh, it usually is.
And I think for the last like shot for the day, we see the flop of the like this kind of sketchy drawing of this castle under the mountain from this like letter spilling out of the envelope, landing in the dirt between you all, and that's where we'll end it for the day.
See, they knew something.
They knew. You were right. You were right.
Thank you guys for
Wow.
playing.
Thank you.
I had a wonderful time.
Me too.
Me 3.
Me 4.
Oh,
You already went 2.
me times.
I can like it again.
Oh.
Oh.
Learned more about Staris and her lust to kill people.
Staris and her lusts.
It is a lust. For sure.
Sure is.
We gotta get Sarah to play a fighter, considering how much she loves stabbing things.
I can't believe how the dice were just betraying me.
True.
Those all would have been hits if you were a fighter. You can guarantee it.
Fine. I'll make a fighter next time. A little late right now.
It's not a little late.
It's a lot late.
We're going full snake hair build.
Full snake hair build.
Full snake hair build.
I
Horse
still
barrage with all the snakes on your head.
I want to do a fighter or a monk based on natural weapons at some point. I think it would be a lot of fun. Like claws or like the foxfire. I don't know.
Snake hair.
Snake hair. Snake hair is a good one.
It is a good one.
XP?
1,000.
Oh, I just gave you guys a huge bonus bump.
1,000
did.
for letting Staris kill a guy.
But it is
Murder a man.
180 XP, not 180, 80 XP for the devils.
100 for letting Staris kill
Can
the
you
man.
not guess? Can you?
Jesus, for one.
I was gonna say 120, but now it just seems like I'm one-upping you.
Be grateful, you guys.
I am grateful. I just can't. I have to heckle. There is.
The lust to heckle.
I don't want to like heckling, but the demons.
But the demons like heckling.
There aren't demons in this campaign. Stop.
Only doubles.
Yeah. They're not invited. You're just can't backdoor them in.
That's Mitchell's
Your
demon.
XP demons.
My demons are my personal demons.
Well, thanks for playing, guys. I got a jet.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Bye.
I gotta go pretty quick.
How much did you say?
I
It
said
was 200 total.
Oh, was it 200?
80 plus 120. I
You
can do
you
Yeah.
fucking double upped me. You plus 20 my ass. That's crazy.
I didn't. I was gonna say 120 to begin with.
So we got 200?
Yeah, we got 200.
Okay. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
Love y'all.
See ya.
Bye.
I'm gonna head out too. You guys have a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
See ya. Can't believe this.
What?
It's gonna be so generous, and you guys are gonna be like, "Wow," and now it's not like wow.
It is like wow. I did say
It is
wow.
like
It's like
wow.
wow for a different reason.
Yeah. yeah.
What?
I can't.
That doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
It makes total sense.
It makes some sense.
I don't know what
The
that
perception has been changed.
means. The
Yeah.
perception has not been changed.
It has.
To you.
Correct.
It's changed
That's
to
what
you.
matters. Well, thank you for running. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thank you guys
The
for playing.
flavor with the sword, like being cleansed afterwards, was very nice.
Yeah.
Very satisfying.
Your patron is very pleased.
I am pleased. Nice. Well, I'm gonna finish eating the food my husband very nicely brought for me, even though I was annoyed he interrupted me. And when are we? We're not playing next weekend, are we?
Assuming Jeremy doesn't have like a shift or something on Sunday, we should be playing next Sunday.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't remember who's missing next week. I know Konnor is. Oh.
Konnor and Voraktee.
Is Voraktee missing next week? Or I think he's missing the 26th, but I will double check.
Oh. It's hard to keep track.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will I'll find it.
I am good for both.
Okay.
Because, yeah, next weekend Francisco has a gig, but it's not till 8, so I should be good for both.
Excellent.
It's the 26th I can't play.
Oh yeah, it's also the 26th that Voraktee can't play. So we will definitely not be
Oh,
playing on the
okay.
26th.
Awesome. Works out.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we will be playing next week and get fucked Konnor. Sorry.
If he wanted to be here, he would be here.
I don't-
Oh, sad.
Yeah. It is, yeah. Both with Rye and Konnor, I'm like, oh, it's kind of,
I know.
it's sad that they, like, I don't know. I feel bad that we are, like, playing the days that they cannot be here and they are missing out. And then, like, we're skipping next week when probably both of them would be fun. So, I'm sad.
I
but-
mean, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's tough when the group is as big as it is.
Yeah. That's the whole reason we have a big group. So, well, not the whole reason. But it's a nice benefit that we can play when people are missing. So,
Mhm.
yeah. I just feel bad that it will be, like, 3 weeks for both of them. Like, more for Rye now. But, yeah. I will hop out
Well-
and wrap up stream, and I will catch you guys later.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you guys for hanging out for Pathfinder. I was looking for someone to raid. It's pretty quiet tonight. We've raided Ann Kobold a couple of times. I think they usually end kind of pretty quick after we do. Like they kind of I think that's fine though. I think that's fine. We could check out the kobolds. They all have cute custom kobold art that I love. I actually just really like everything they have going on. They have a wonderful overlay. It like shows action points and stuff. It's very, oh well, but Voraktee's already hopped on. Jesus. Okay, I've lied. I'm sorry. We're gonna raid Voraktee, our lovely player of Turris, good friend of ours. You have seen me play many a game with him. I'll probably be playing some Supervive in the next week. So come say hello to Voraktee with me. As for my schedule, I'm still kind of getting used to this new work schedule, and I'm sorry that I've been gone so much, but I will get back on the schedule soon, I promise. I will work on it this week. Well, I have a bunch of overtime shifts this week. I have a bunch of extra shifts I've picked up, so maybe I will try this week, and definitely the week after I will be back on the schedule. So look forward to that. I hope you all have a wonderful start to your week and a wonderful weekend. And I'll catch you all again real soon. Goodbye.